Strawberry lemonade Pop-Tart would be kind of gas.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Cheez It Week here on SeriesE. I am your host, Yeso, and we're kicking off Pro Night here at SeriesE. It is the second to last week of Season 2, and it promises to be a fun one. Now, for those of you that may be new to the show, want a little bit of an explanation how things work out, I can break it down for you, okay? SeriesE is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that have made it through our open qualifiers, now have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands. Those players now make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday night against other open squads, and then every Wednesday against some of the best pro squads across North America and Europe. If you and your squad want a shot to get in on the action, head over to matchareno.com/ESA for a shot at being a future SeriesE Pro. Now, last night we had Team Intel with a nail biter, down by 16 points going into Game 6. They were able to pull out a victory on open night, defeating Team Razor. It was an exciting close to the show, and it promises to be even more action tonight as all of the pro squads come in for the fun. Definitely a few squads to keep an eye on is Team Razor, trying to catch up and maybe pull second place out of a hat as they're trying to chase down Team Pop-Tarts. Let's check out our standings here for our partnered teams. As you can see, Team Pringles still sitting at the top of the standings here, and it looks like there's no way anybody is going to catch them. A 99-point gap between themselves and Team Pop-Tarts with only 3 more days of play. We should be seeing a Team Pringles jersey up in the GVO zone for next season. So congratulations to Team Pringles. Team Razor, as I mentioned, trying to close that gap with Team Pop-Tarts. It's going to be a difficult task with only 3 days of play left, but they looked strong last night and should continue to do it. The real matchup we need to keep our eyes on is Apple Jacks and Cheez-Its. You can see on the board there just a 9-point gap separating these two teams, and they are fighting for that last secured spot in Season 3. Whichever one of those teams makes it into the top 4 will definitely make it into SeriesE Season 3. They get a guaranteed slot, so those points are extremely important. Team Applejacks did come into this week 2 points behind, have now jumped up into 4. So definitely a lot of stuff to keep our eyes on. But before we get into the action today, we've got 6 games to play. We've got a little bit of fun to start the show as usual. It's time for some Deal or Steal, so let's head over to the GVO zone, see what's going on. All right, I am joined by Noob King Smith, streamer, content creator, joining me here in the GVO zone. Noob King, happy Wednesday.
Hello.
Pleasure to have you. How are we doing?
Happy Wednesday. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How you doing today?
I'm doing awesome. I'm excited for some games tonight. Promises to be a fun one, but stoked to start the show here with you. For those of you at home, if you want to get in on Deal or Steal, it's very simple. You just go to subscribe to us here at twitch.tv/esportsarena to get a shot to come and play with me. The way the game works, Noob King is going to pick one of the 20 Apex crates I have here to hold on to start the game. We will then go through 3 rounds of eliminating crates as we go. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for Noob King that he can either take or he can elect to steal to keep playing the show and keep going. At the end of the game, if he takes none of my deals, we will crack open his chosen crate and he will get his chosen prize. So let's get into the action. Make sense to you, Noob King?
That makes total sense.
All right. Let's get into the fun here. We'll get the show up on the board. I got crates 1 through 20 filled with all kinds of prizes from all of our partners. If you got to pick one to hold on to here at the start, what do you got? What's the lucky number?
I'm going with 2. I'm going to go with 2 on this one.
Number 2, he says. Okay, so we will set that one aside and hold on to that one. First round, 9 crates have got to go, so let's start one by one, busting those suckers open.
Let's open up 6.
Number 6, okay. Let's see if we can start strong here, looking to hit those white tier prizes early. And ooh, a SeriesE jersey of your choice. One of those blue tiers, but there's still another one on the table, so all is not lost, and there's plenty of Esports Arena swag available.
Okay. Let's go with 5.
Number 5. 5 is going to be, an esports arena mystery box.
Oh no.
Bit of a rough start, but it's okay. It's still early.
Oh man. All right. Let's go with 14.
Number 14, getting to those double digits. The singles have not served Noob King well here to start the show, but can we get it going? Ooh, a $50 Walmart gift card. That's a lot of boxes of Cheez-Its you could have gotten with that guy.
I'm struggling. I love me some Cheez-Its, so that's rough for me, man. I'm struggling now. I was like looking forward to my Cheez-Its. All right. How many more do we have?
We got 6 more this round. 6 more to go this round.
6 more this round.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's go with 18.
Number 18, down to that bottom row. Let's see if we can get into the white tiers, get things rolling. It is 2,150 Apex coins. We're getting better. We're working our way towards the top of that prize board. So we're getting better. There's still 2 more Apex coins prizes up there. So all is not lost. Next one, what are you feeling? Chad, if you have some input, if you want to get Noob King back in the black here, give your input in chat, please.
Yeah, I know. What do you guys got for me? Let's see. Let's get rid of number 17. I feel like that's an unlucky number for some reason. Number
17, Noob King says it's unlucky. The question is it unlucky to open it or not? It is a Pop-Tarts pack. There we go. Okay.
All right.
We're in the white tiers.
I'll take that one. Okay. I mean, I like cinnamon Pop-Tarts though, so it's kind of sad, but it's all right. It's okay.
I feel you. It was Pop-Tarts week last week, and I definitely wasn't eating a bunch of Pop-Tarts off screen in the studio last week.
I actually cannot keep them in my house because I will run through the box. It's so bad. so bad.
I feel you there.
All right. So we got what? 2 more?
We've got 5 down. We got to knock off 4 more. 9 total have got to go this round.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, we got to put a real dent in here in round 1.
Sheesh. All right. Let's get rid of 7.
Number 7. Back up to that 3rd row. It was some Esports Arena swag to start the show, but it's a Rice Krispies treats pack there. Okay.
All right. Okay.
You're building a little momentum here. I like it.
All right. Oh man. Let's do. Let's get rid of 9. I'm not really feeling 9. These odd numbers seem to be the ones to get rid of.
Okay. Number 9. Those odd numbers looking at Noob King funny. We're going to send them on their way. It's a Nestle Splash water pack. Another odd number pays off. Okay.
Okay. I'm feeling the odds. All right. Let's do... Ooh, this is a tough one. Let's do 15.
15, he says. Will the odd numbers keep rolling? It's going to be the Pringles pack. That's 4 white tier prizes in a row. I think you've settled in finally. One more.
I'm feeling good.
One more to open this round before I got my first deal for you.
One more. All right. I did 3 already, right?
Nope. 3 is still available.
Ooh. All right. I'm just gonna risk it for the biscuit, and I'm gonna go with 3. Odds been paying off this whole time. I'm just gonna stick with it.
Okay. Let's hope so. You definitely want evens to pay off considering you took number 2. Inside that one's going to be the Rockstar pack. Okay.
Let's go. All right. I got this down now. I'm about to go play the lotto. What the heck?
It's looking good. You had a bit of a stumble at the start, but 5 white tier prizes in a row to close the round is definitely where you want to be. So my first deal, you were a little bummed to knock one of them off the board, but there's still another one available. I got 2,150 Apex coins here for you. You can take the deal, take the Apex coins home, or steal, and we keep playing.
Oh, we're gonna keep playing. We're going through with this one. I'm stealing. I'm
no
gonna keep going.
Doubt from Noob King here. Even the pup sounds like they agree.
Sorry, it's got a little doorbell ring right there. Puppers are ready. They're ready. They like it.
Yeah, they're going, steal, keep playing. There's some great prizes on
the
board. Okay, so all the Razer products still up there. Xbox Series X, some Esports Arena swag, so we're still in a good place. 6 crates have got to go this time around. So let's start it up. Are we hitting the odds again?
think we are. I think I'm gonna have to go with 11 on this one.
Okay. Only a few odd numbers left. 1, 11, 13, 19, but Noob King says 11. Inside that one is going to be, ooh, the Razor backpack. Another rough start here to round 2.
That's not what I wanted. Dang it. Okay, all right. Oh, man, that's rough. All right. Let's change it up. Let's go 1. Let's get rid of 1. If 1 is the Xbox, I'm done. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Inside crate number 1. Is it not the Xbox? It's not. That's the other 2,150 Apex coins prize. Okay.
Okay. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I'd say after knocking the Razor backpack off the board, you'd take that one. That's a win.
Yeah. The Razor backpack hurts. That thing looks nice. Shout out to Razor.
Yes.
All right. So how many more do I need to do again? I'm sorry.
4 more this round.
4 more this round. Okay. Let's see. How about we get rid of 16? That 16's been eyeballing me a little weird.
Okay, 16 got a funny look. We'll crack that crate open, see what's inside. Can we get back to the white tier? Still 3 more of those on the board. Ooh, it's gonna be the 6,700 Apex coins. That's a lot of packs.
That hurts.
That's a lot of packs.
That one hurts. It's okay though. It's okay. All right, let's do 19. We're gonna go back to odd. I feel like 19 is gonna be the Cheez-It. Even though I want the Cheez-Its, I kind of got to get them off the board.
Okay. We're still looking for that Xbox. There's still a keyboard and headset. It's the other esports arena mystery box. So that ESA swag getting knocked off of the board here.
Jeez. Okay. How about man. All right, so what do I have left? I have 4, 8, 12, 16, and 20.
2 more to go. 4, 8, 12, 10, 13, and 20 are still up there, and two of those got to go.
Okay, let's do 13. I'm gonna keep it running with the odds.
Okay. Is it lucky number 13 or otherwise? Let's open that sucker up and see what we got. He's crossing his fingers. It's, the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. Oh, heartbreak. 13 comes back to bite my man.
Jeez. All right.
Last one of
Let's
this round.
see.
Last one.
Okay. All right. Chat says 10. Let's do 10. Let's get 10 out of here.
All right. Let's see if chat is your friend today. Do they have a lucky pick here with number 10? And they do. It's the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks Pack.
Go,
so
Matt, let's go.
I mean, a lot of that round was very, very rough. But we finished on a high note. We finished on a high note. So,
Man.
I've got my next deal for you here. But considering the way that round played out, it's not going to get better. But you were saying you could use some Cheez-Its in the house. So I got a Cheez-Its snack pack here for you. You could take the deal.
Snack pack.
Yep. You get a big Cheez-Its pack and you're done. If you say steal, the way the rest of the game will work, we'll eliminate 3 more crates. I will have one final deal for you. You can either take that, or if you steal, we crack open number 2 and see what's inside.
I'm gonna keep number 2. I'm gonna keep it going.
Noob King says keep it going. He's gonna steal.
I'm gonna steal. Let's do it.
Okay, last round here. 4, 8, 12, and 20. Almost that entire right-hand column. 3 of those have got to go. And you've still got prizes available on the board. A Nestle Splash Water pack, the Cheez-Its pack, a SeriesE jersey of your choice, the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro, and the Xbox Series X. One of those 5 prizes is inside number 2.
Oh man. All right. Wow. All right. Now we got even, so let's see. Let's do 8. Let's do 8.
Okay. Number 8, close out that second row. Can we get back in the white tiers? We do. Boom. It's the Cheez-It pack.
Let's go. Okay. That's kind of sad, but I'm glad it's a white one, you know?
Okay.
Are you still there?
4, 12, and 20. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Okay. All right. 4, 12, and 20. Jeez. All right. Let's do 20.
Number
Let's do
20, down to that
I'm
bottom right
nervous.
corner.
Nervous.
Can we keep the momentum rolling? Give me a drum roll in chat. Oh no!
But that's not the Xbox, right?
It's the Xbox.
No.
I'm sorry, my friend. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that hurts.
It was
the
hiding down in that
soul.
bottom right corner. I saw chat talking about it earlier. They were like, I wonder if it's in 20, and it was.
No.
I'm
That
sorry.
one hurts. That one hurts. That one hurts.
Gonna
It's
sting.
okay.
I don't blame you.
We're gonna bounce back.
And
We're
there's
gonna
still
bounce
good
back.
prizes on the board, right? Nestle Splash
Yeah.
Water Pack. You got the SeriesE jersey of your choice. That awesome Razer headset. 4 and 12 are the last two. One of them has got to go before my final deal.
All right. Let's do 4.
Number 4. Noob King's hoping that Nestle Splash Water Pack is in there. Can he get some luck? Ooh, it's the SeriesE jersey of your choice.
No.
Okay.
Jeez.
We've opened all the crates we're going to open this game unless we go for a steal and crack open number 2. The Nestle Splash Water Pack and that Razer Black Shark V2 Pro are in crates 2 and 12. Which is in which,
Okay.
I don't know. But my deal for you here is going to be that $50 Walmart gift card. I'm going to meet you in the middle here. It's been an up and down show. But the question is, do you feel confident that you can crack open number 2 and like what's inside? Or do you want to take that $50, go get you some Cheez-Its, and be done for the day?
Oh man, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. So I got either probably water. I don't know. You know, I'm just gonna ride it out I think we're gonna keep 2 here.
Noob King says steal. He doesn't want the gift card. He wants to ride it out, see what's inside crate number 2. We've opened all but 2, and let's see what's inside our final crate of the show. Noob King is going home with a Razer wireless Black Shark V2 Pro headset. There we
Yeah,
go.
let's go. All right, we made out at the end, right?
I think that's a dub. That is an upgrade to the
That's a
setup. I can tell
W.
you from experience, did an event with the Razer boys last weekend, got to check out a ton of their products. That is a very comfortable headset. Great
nice.
sound quality on it, so it comes highly recommended from me. So
Awesome. I'm super excited to use it.
all right, well, happy to send it your way. Noob King, thanks so much for joining me today. A pleasure to have you, my friend.
Thank you for having me. Honestly, it was a pleasure. I really like this. You guys keep it up. Great work.
Thank you. Make sure to go check out and follow our friend. But we are ready to get into the action, ladies and gentlemen. It's Cheez-It Week here on SeriesE, and it promises to be a fun one. A bunch of tight races on our standings, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. We're ready to get into SeriesE right now.
SeriesE.
SeriesE.
SeriesE. Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
SeriesE. SeriesE. Apex Legends.
SeriesE Apex Legends starts right now.
All right, welcome everybody to Series E for Cheez It Week, and we do have, of course, a lot on the line. It's the last 2 weeks. We have one more week of competition after this one, and so the race is really coming down to the wire here. And for one of our teams last night, they had a fantastic night to really keep up and start making a name for themselves to stay in the process here. I'm James Jamerson Lee, joined once again by Tom T Squared, Taylor, and Tom. Let's set the stakes for what's going on here in Series E, the last couple of weeks of competition.
Yeah, it's as close as a wire, but I don't know if it's Razor, because everything's wireless with Razor, and we just saw that right there as Noob King is walking away with an awesome headset. I'm a little jealous, Noob King. Enjoy that one. But yeah, our team. Speaking of Team Razor, they've been popping off, man. Last week they were in 5th place. They were below Applejacks and Cheez It. Now all of a sudden they're sitting in 3rd place. They were dominating yesterday, and then Team Cheez It during Cheez It week is sitting on the outside looking in the 5th place spot because Applejacks had a phenomenal day yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see. Again, the pro day is a lot tighter than the actual open day. There's a lot more real estate to run around the open day. You can try new things, go for a lot more kills. Today, there's going to be certain spots that are taken, and there's going to be a lot more pressure on the map.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the format, as nothing's really changing in the format sense. It's just about the new teams that'll be joining us, of course, for Pro Night. We're going to have 6 matches tonight played across World's Edge. We have $500 on the line as well, $350 going to first place, $150 going to second place. And of course, it's all about accruing points across those 6 matches. Kill points and placement points will be factored in, and in terms of placement points, first place will get you 12 points, and it goes all the way down to 15th, which will net you 1 point, and every kill point will get you 1 point. Now let's talk about the teams that will be competing tonight. So of course we have our 9 partnered squads, but they'll be facing off against some of the best teams in North America and EMEA joining us tonight. So let's take a look at the teams, and this is once again another stacked lobby, Tom.
Always a stacked lobby here on our pro day, and one of the things that I like watching is obviously the battle between EU and NA, because we have a couple of our top EMEA teams coming out here. One of the teams that has been pretty surprising to me has been 303 Esports. They've been coming through playing some pretty solid Apex Legends now. C9 is a team that you really got to watch out for. The newly recruited C9 roster is absolutely nasty. TSM obviously here tonight. They're going to be putting on a show, and all this really in preparation for the global championship that's coming up. $3 million in prize money due to the fact that it was crowdfunded. It went from $1 million to $3 million. So shout out to all the people that supported that. And Team Liquid is another really fun team to watch, especially because you're going to be having Albrelli on Valkyrie. And man, I don't know if you saw the clip from last week on his Twitter, but they went over towards that sorting factory ending. They took the high ground on top of the toilet bowl, Kraber in hand for Albrelli, and he's just put in an absolute work. That was a treat to watch.
Yeah, it always is. And at this point, it is, there's just so much on the line, and we're running out of time to practice. Like you said, championships coming up. We're seeing, of course, a lot of organizations returning for their slice of that big old pie. And right now, this is where we finally get to see some, of course, interregional play. Like you said, having our 303 representatives coming in here, along with some other EU and CIS representatives, is great to see how we stack up so far. Of course, we are dealing with ping issues, and they are going to be playing on higher latency, but they don't fail to disappoint. And so it's been great to see. Right now, though, we're getting game 1 set up. We are, of course, like I said, going to be on World's Edge. And we were talking about it. When it comes to the pro nights, it becomes a lot more different for our partnered squads, because usually, during our open nights, they have a little bit more free reign. But when it comes down to the pro nights, when we have squads like Renegades and Third Impact in, we know that there's going to be a lot of fighting off of drop.
And it's just great to see the amount of Apex that we have. I mean, it's awesome to see Renegades and C9 join because of the fact that, from an org standpoint, these players are competing almost every single day during the week. And what is that? I mean, that's content for your org, right? I know kind of going off base here, but it's just nice seeing, every single one of these teams that we're talking about eventually, someone signed these guys, not just getting signed, but they're getting signed by real orgs, not fake orgs like Solifide.
Someone had to mention it. Thank God. But yeah, we do have, of course, our best trying to support. Now, here we go. Getting into
Oh, this is a clip
number
from yesterday,
one, it looks
actually.
like. Oh, this is a clip
This is
from
a clip.
yesterday. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. I know that you were a little busy yesterday, but there was an amazing clip where this is Serial. Actually, check this out, Jamerson. 1 HP just taking on the world. Basically, you have Voltic, Birds involved over here too, but this is absolutely insane how he's able to survive through all of this. 1 HP, literally 1 HP throughout all of this. He's stunned. He's slowed. He's trying to survive. He's dodge, ducking, and diving behind this little pole over here, and then he somehow is able to pull this one off. And this really sent Razor off yesterday because they would have been eliminated. That's against 2 brains, 1 controller. You could see Nasky, Voltic, and Tech. So that's a very skilled team. Pulling that one off was absolutely ridiculous. He was emoting on him all day.
Yeah, I guess that's what like it always looks like from an Octane POV. If you're the actual character there, everything moving in slow mo because you're so fast. But that reload on the EVA 8, it took an eternity. You're just watching there. Oh man, that was a beautiful play. Yeah, I love this. The change in elevation really messing up the Gibraltar ultimate as well, and so it was just a fantastic play. And like we said, it's coming down to the wire. We have relegations coming up, and you need to be in the top 4. So we're seeing a huge rally out of a lot of our squads right now to really stay in this because we had a huge step up in season 2 of Series E. It became more and more important for the squads to be able to get this kind of support. Leading up to championships. And speaking of the top 4, here we have it on the bubble. Team Applejacks at 835 points. Team Cheez is right behind them by it looks like 9 points. And now Team Intel, they had what, like a 77-point game last night with 3 nights left to go. If they continue to string along results like that, they can make it into the top 4.
No doubt about it. It's not over yet. There's what, 3 days total when you count the pro day and then the 2 days next week. So anything's possible. You're really going to have to pop off, though, and you're going to have to, come out with some dubs here. You can't just slide by and expect me, 20, 30 points is going to be enough. On our pro day right now, if you're struggling in points for our cumulative leaderboard and you're not pushing for that top 4, top 3 spot, even in the cash in the top 2, then I don't really know what you're doing. But we're taking a look at the overview right now of the map, and we see exactly where everyone's landing. And there's a lot of people over towards Harvester right now. I'm not really... It looks like there's like 3 teams right there. And then you can see TSM, they're just chilling over here, looting on the fragment side, splitting that with C9.
Yeah. Typically, for whatever reason, East Frag and West Frag don't really run into each other that often. But here we go. On board with Team Cheez. It is Team Cheez It Week. And they're going to be down here by Lava City. It looks like we do have one of our first fights taking place as Pringles are taking on another squad here. Trinal gets finished off down by Launch. And you can see Presley is getting ready to try and go forward. He can zip across if he has the rest of his team with him. Fury along with Phony coming in from the right-hand side. And now they are ready to make the push. It's going to be a 3v2. You can see the scans going down as well. They're trying to retreat. They're separated here as well. And Team Rockstar slowly getting picked apart. Matt Pickett backing away. Oi Senpai is still kind of in the middle of them all, but right now it looks like Rockstar will survive. She's continuing their looting path though over at Lava City, and there we go. Oi Senpai does go down. Phony will be able to pick that one up, and already have our first Tomcat rat cam of the day.
It's a Matt Pickett rat, and it's a flying rat too, so you got to be careful. Those flying rats are very deadly, and they could, contain some sort of viruses. So make sure that you go and get checked out if you ever get bitten by a Matt Pickett flying rat. Yesterday, Team Cheez It was able to actually win game number 1, and then they started to slow down. Prodigy Aces, it was pretty rare. We actually saw one of those endings, Jamerson, where it was kind of a heal off, and it was the only Wraith left in the lobby to go and hit the Q, and kind of like an old school ending where he's healing in the zone and then hitting a Q outside the zone to stay alive. So I want to see Team Cheez It keep up consistency. If they are going to, take game number 1 on the open day, heck, man, I would love to see them keep up that momentum, but that just wasn't the case. Team Applejacks was really putting in work, and rightfully so. I mean, Applejacks and Cheez It fighting for this final spot is going to be one of the more entertaining things. But the thing is will Razor slow down, or will Intel pick it up? Because it's been a lot closer than we think. You could see 6 is on that Gibraltar. He was playing a pretty strong Gibraltar yesterday, and the way that the zone is pulling, these two buildings are going to be a huge hot spot because this is definitely going to pull towards the thermal side.
Yeah, we'll see if it pulls down over to thermal. Tree is definitely within realm of possibility here, but Team Intel are now making the push onto the squad. They watch them do the bubble scan. They know the bubble is down for the time being, but they have to reset themselves as Panders took a lot of damage. Trying to get up, had his shields cracked, and will be able to heal this one up. Surprisingly enough, we're not seeing as many of the 50-50s that we were expecting. And so we're not seeing that fight down an Applejacks versus Bowser's squad. Renegades there, and at this point it looks like maybe there was some sort of agreement reached between them after weeks and weeks and weeks of 50-50s. Maybe they came to some gentleman's agreement, or I don't know who actually blunk in that game of chicken. Now here's RKT making their move on over. They are getting shot at from a squad inside Harvester currently, but they do have plans, it looks like, to try and take the fence positions just to the south of them. Bird took a lot of damage here. They're getting shot up by that Valkyrie missile as well. And here's the port if they need to go ahead and reconnect.
It's one of those spots where it's really tough, and I like this ping coming in from Stunny. Sometimes when you're playing on Pathfinder, when you're playing on Octane, these characters help you see the map a little bit differently because you know what you're capable of doing in terms of your movement. So I like that he's the one that's taking initiative and saying which spots that he think are actually safe. So they have the portal to get out of there. They also have the Octane jump pad if they need to utilize that. Saw Bird need to use his bubble. So they should be safe for now. As actually we're going to have Flashpoint going down. That's going to be Na'Vi coming through Kuya with the big Mastiff taking down a handful of players right there. Most likely going to be the kill leader throughout all that too, as we do see what Team Cheez is up to. Prodigy Aces trying to hit some heals over towards the side. They have this team trapped inside the building. The problem is when you're on the outside looking in, where will the third parties come from? You also have a defensive bombardment that looks like it's going to be hitting pretty nicely, but that's why the bubble is coming in well timed from Rakinishu. There goes the portal play over towards the side, and they also are setting a portal for his teammate to get back over towards the bubble. So if that's not the world's shortest portal, I don't know what is.
Yeah, very preemptive, almost within like the range of just canceling the port at that spot. But Team Cheez committed a lot here. They weren't able to bully out this squad in the position over at launch site, and they will back away. But as they do, they have to worry, of course, a lot of places for teams to be playing inside launch site. They ran out of their mobility, but it looks like they are roughly safe. Team Pop-Tarts, though, making their move on down, coming over from No Name and Overlook, I believe. And their loot looks fantastic. Stomps is sitting on that gold armor. You got Impulse with the purple himself, and Lucas has a blue one right now. And here's Team Cheez It. Like I said, there are going to be so many squads here in launch site. There are so many angles that can be held. And it's going to be Team Pringles to get that first knock, continuing the fight now. Do have to remember that Prodigy Aces was sitting on a white armor, so he was the lowest HP target here, but Team Cheez It are still getting ripped apart. They trade for one, but it's still a 2v1 for Team Pringles, as Joey Blackout is going to try and hit this bat. He's going to get peeked now, as Boney will be able to help out, and Fury gets that last kill, and Team Cheez It are knocked out. Here comes the third party, though. 303 Esports coming in. The res is good for Team Pringles, but here comes the onslaught of 303 Esports as they continue to move along to try and punch them. The nade spam, the utility, is slowing them down, though, and they might be able to recover on the side of Team Pringles.
I always love when people use the red dot on the EVA 8, like it actually matters, putting it to work right there. But 303 needs to be a little concerned because the reset was fairly fast from Team Pringles. Not only that, they're resetting while they're kind of maneuvering around. They didn't get the loot that they were hoping for throughout all that, but that was a really nice job by Pringles dipping out of there. Now you have another fight over towards the side. Good Peacekeeper shots hitting right there, but Boney's coming back with the EVA 8. Can Bambino answer? Advantage on over to Pringles right now, but you do see possible third parties coming in, and that is Pop-Tarts coming over towards the side. You see that's why Pringles wanted to leave, but they got a little bit cocky wanting to take that fight back, and now 303 is feeling the brunt end of that, and the third partier becomes the third partied, and that's what I love about Pringles. They actually recognize that, and they're going to move out of here, but Pop-Tart's saying no, they're full sending this, and they're going for both teams at the same time.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of kill points for Team Pop-Tarts to pick up, and what a rotation coming out from Pop-Tarts, taking advantage of the large amount of fighting taking place down here by launch. And Fury is the only survivor throughout all of this. He will have about another minute to try and recover these banners, but I'd imagine might not be in the cards for him. Already down to 18 squads here, 49 players remaining, make that 48 soon, as 303 will get finished off. It looks like Pop-Tart's still on the hunt for this last player, and here he is, got caught out. Nice little 180 there from Stomps, and 303 are knocked out. So we're down to 17 squads now, as the second zone has another minute and 50 before it closes.
And there's Fury coming through, doing what Octanes do, running around, ratting it out, trying to get his teammates back over into the game, and has 2 res points that he could hit. One back in the zone, which could be interesting because you could get your loot back, and then one over here towards the tree side, which is a little scarier because that's actually in the zone, and you know teams are going to possibly be on over there towards that side. But C9 looks like they're going to find Blueberry Smalls here and find the kill, and looks like they did that while not losing any health or resources too. So only the Bloodhound Beast of the Hunt was used by Stay Naughty, and they're looking for some more. Hits that scan as that was going away, and he's actually going to get that back in about 15 seconds. So nice job by C9, just finding some kills along the way, also hitting some scans along the way. You can see that's what they're waiting for. Bubble in hand for Knock. Doesn't even need to use it. Looks like he's not getting shot, so they're going to be A-okay. And I like that. I like that they didn't just preemptively use the bubble, and a lot of teams would go and do that. So they have that resource if they need to go and do that. That's a long cooldown, so they get the scan first. So we can pull up the map. We'll see exactly where this zone's going to be pulling, and it's not that far from where they're going. You can see it is going to continue to pull down towards that south side. Not hard thermal station pull like we were anticipating, though, and that big, huge mountain right in the middle is going to be interesting to see how teams navigate, and that could be the difference between if you're playing Valkyrie or not. If you're on the wrong side of the mountain and you're trying to get over towards one of those chokes, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, you'll have that option for that redeploy. You can see Albert Laley is sitting on that Valkyrie himself. Team Liquid able to take a lot of the good loot over at Skyhook, typically taking trials as well. And so this is a team that's got great loot. They've got great mobility right now, and so they do have the options just in case maybe the ring pulls out of their favor. For now, though, they're sitting on the northern side of this zone, looking to gatekeep a lot of the teams running in. They're able to get the ring information for themselves as well, and so they do have a game plan for this. And surprisingly enough, a lot of the action, again, has slowed down. Second week in a row here during Pro Night. We're down to 17 squads. We did see some, I would say, almost uncharacteristic aggression going down over at launch site at the beginning of this game. But it should be slowing down just a bit here. We'll see how many teams end up kind of funneling through these choke points. But we're seeing right there, the redeploys, how strong it's been for Valkyrie. A lot of these choke points used to be extremely strong to hold for 4KP. Right now, a lot of teams are able to just route it and fly past.
And they're learning how to execute, when to timing to hit. And there goes Pickett actually being taken out, ratted out for as long as possible. But Fury's going to be the one that shuts that down and also taking the kill lead. What's interesting about Pringles, Jamerson, is you watch them on the open day, and they seem like kind of a middle-of-the-pack team. But then you watch them on the pro day, and something changes. It's like they rise to the level of the competition. It's like what they train for. And a lot of times when you are playing the scrims, it's much more similar to what you're seeing right now in terms of the quality compared to what you see on the open day. But that's what's the beauty of the open day, is we give opportunities for anybody that's watching SeriesE to get involved. So sometimes you have players that won't be maybe as experienced as what we have here today, because this is the most experienced players that you're going to see, really, is Albarilli's actually going to get dropped. That's going to be Hal pushing things in. Reps and snipe down, trying to follow up. There's the finish, and this is the problem with holding this high ground, is there's just so many places that teams can shoot you from, and you end up getting pinched. But that looks like just a straight up head-on-head push there from TSM going in onto Team Liquid. Another fight happening over towards the side. It's going to be Team Pop-Tarts. That's going to be Double O Negative getting that knock, and I believe it's only a two-man team, and it is, as Flanker's actually going to drop as well. Hal's continuing to put in work on over towards the side. Razor busts out a fight as well. That's going to be Duke Aves and the Applejack squad going down, so you know the Team Cheez is going to love that one, and Team Razor continuing to impress. But wow, Pop-Tarts, they are not slowing down. They were aggressive over towards the side of the map, and now they're continuing to be aggressive over here towards the tree side.
And it looks like TSM are finishing off Team Liquid as well. I believe Knock may still be alive for them. We're down to 14 squads now, as Razor will be able to pick up all this loot here, and they are starting to recover as the scan goes out behind them. Another scan below as well, and so they are still in the thick of things here and need to go for the reset. Serial does get that bat off. Here's Pop-Tarts, though, continuing their reign as they're trying to hunt down this last player down by Tree right now. And Pop-Tarts, they've already picked up a number of kills, and so they love being able to continue this aggression throughout the mid game as they do get scanned up, and so they have a rough idea of where another player is. 2 brains, 1 controller, though, in a fight themselves over here by Thermal Station as Ron is able to get the knock onto Slurpee G. Rocker burning down to the Thermite. It's all up to Tech here, and he gets full peaked by Na'Vi to get taken out. 13 squads, 36 players remaining, and I thought maybe the action slows down, but I was absolutely wrong. Here's Team Pop-Tarts with full control over Tree right now, and they have so much loot to play off of as well.
It's awesome watching Pop-Tarts play with this confidence. You really didn't see that in the previous season, and talking to Lucas last week about the improvements that he was making, the amount of time and effort that he was putting in, really see that just from everybody on the team. Impulse, Stomps, everybody's been playing so well. But I still got to give it to Lucas. I really think that he could be our most improved player from Season 1 to Season 2. Jamerson, while we're talking about that, do you have any other people in mind that you think kind of are in the same category?
There's just so many players that have definitely been impressing throughout this season so far. And yeah, seeing the improvements coming out from Lucas and such has been fantastic to see. I mean, a lot of these squads at the beginning of the season had to make lots of adjustments, and so I will definitely have to give a shout out to him. Getting a 3rd player in and really being able to adjust this meta is definitely one that's hard to do. But let's get back to the game. With 12 squads remaining, 33 players left, Pop-Tarts have the ring kind of pulling away from them here as it will go ahead and continue to pull towards that mountain, splitting the ring in half once again on top. Intel versus 3rd Impact currently, and Intel haven't been able to get much done from this position. A lot of fighting taking place outside, so they're still sitting on blue armors. Metro taking a lot of damage. He was the only one with purple, but they got the first knock. Jazz to go down, and so Intel, we'll see if they try to go for a quick reset or just continue the pressure, and it looks like they will continue the pressure now, but Metro does get punished for it as one goes down, and 3rd Impact we're able to get the res, and here's Renegades now coming in for the 3rd party. Sorcerer almost falls, but it looks like Renegades will be successful on this. The Arcs are in, they've got the PK as well, trained, looking down the sights to finish them all off, and one will be able to get away, but 3rd Impact finds another knock onto 6 as now it looks like Team Intel are just down to 1. TSM coming in for the 4th party as well. The Renegades, they should be pretty healthy. Never mind until Snipe Down gets the 1 clip onto Pow, and TSM are starting to clean up a lot of the kills in the lobby.
What I love watching about TSM is one second they're over there taking out Team Liquid on Thermal Station, next second they're in the back of Tree going for another 3rd party over here. The timing from TSM is phenomenal, so are the rotations. Team Razor looks like they're going to be taken out by Na'Vi. Na'Vi's actually having a very solid game. Kuya, 7 kills overall. Unfortunately for him, now he's ratting it out, but not for long as Nestle Splash with just the 2-man squad. Speaking about rats, that's when Ronnie typically shows up. He's going to come through and get that loot from Na'Vi. So Na'Vi going out in 9th place, but still a lot of kill points overall. We'll see what's up with TSM. Look at reps and you see, oh wait, no kills, 250 damage. Nope, that's not the case. They do have a decent amount of kills. Saw Hal pick up 2, Snipe Down picking up 1, almost 2 along the way, but didn't want to get too aggressive because of the amount of players that were in the vicinity. So you see him just kind of biding his time, waiting for his opportunity. And this is such an interesting spot because they can technically play both sides of the mountain here. They know based on what they're seeing pings on this left-hand side, that's going to be okay. They should be completely fine throughout all of that, but they want to just play this safe, let the other teams kind of focus each other, and then they're going to make their way up. So I do like this play coming in from TSM. Eventually you're going to see a counter bubble coming through, and they may fight over here, but they do have an enemy bubble and an enemy defensive bombardment coming out through all of this, so Hal's a little bit interested in getting out of here.
Yeah, a lot of rats getting cleaned up. Now we're down to 6 squads, 17 players left, and we know the other duo, that's going to be Nestle in this lobby for now. As TSM's trying to make their push, but they're taking so much damage throughout all of this. Hal will fall as Team Pop-Tarts forces the issue up against them and wipe out TSM. Wow, we typically don't see a fight ending like that for TSM so quickly.
They were a little bit on the ropes right there. They used a lot of resources. The bubble came out fairly late from reps, and that's a little bit of miscommunication coming out from TSM. You see they all wanted to drop down towards the bottom. The defensive bombardment really threw them off throughout all that, but just the way that Pop-Tarts executed and just has not been showing any fear to these pro teams has been phenomenal. Meanwhile, Zach Mazer not showing any fear over here. Look at the shots coming through. Not able to connect on the second one, but that's going to be Charlotte Phoenix going down. Zach's getting res. Not coming through with that bubble quick res as the zone is closing, but actually a little spectator glitch. That zone is still coming through, so they're going to be a-okay. I was worried that Noct was actually going to eat a lot of zone damage here, but playing this fence has been huge for C9.
And you can see that Valkyrie redeploy. That's what Noct was looking for. They do spot them above on that mountain as well. It's our final 3 squads. As ring number 5 starts closing, that squad will be forced down though from the out of bounds and straight on to Pop-Tarts, forcing the issue now. That means Cloud9 can come in for the third party. As you can see, a lot of damage getting traded back and forth. Pop-Tarts relatively healthy except for Impulse, but he gets taken out. Jazz picks that one up, and that is going to be the go signal for Cloud9 to finish this one all off. And here they are laying in wait to finish them off. With the final 3 squads, so many of them down as well. Cloud9 looking to clean up all of these kills, pick up a lot of points as well. You can see they already have at least 4. We'll be able to put at least 1 more on the board. Bellon G taking out Zach Mazer, making this a little bit scary, but Cloud9 will be able to finish it off and take game number 1 of the day.
We were talking about Cloud9 right before this started, and they didn't disappoint. But man, Third Impact sending out over Team Pop-Tarts, that was absolutely insane. And the fact that Third Impact actually wins that is ridiculous. Jazaz put in absolute work right there. They took second place. But one thing to note is when C9 was kind of finding that last player, they took down 2 of the players that were on the ground for Third Impact. That's just a heads up play to get that extra KP.
Yeah. Importantly, though, we saw a lot of fighting taking place. Teams like Pop-Tarts, teams like Na'Vi had a lot of kill points throughout all of this. And so it's going to be important when we take that into consideration, when we take a look at the leaderboard. And we're going to go ahead and do that once we take our break, though. So we'll be right back. And when we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E after this.
See this one? See how it's like messed up? Yeah. See, I can't throw that one. Hey, what's up? I'm Joey Blackout, and I play for Team Cheez. Let's go!
To the middle building now, as they do have them cornered right now. Rakinishu looking for the flank. Great shot from Joey Blackout. Hits for the 74, but 3 teams fighting here on the northern side right now. Looks like Team Pringles were able to finish off Goofy Gamer, so that is one last rat.
If you guys are looking to get your own Cheez-Its, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up all your Cheez-It goodies. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
This is Rakinishu. I play Apex for Team Cheez-It. Let's go. Easy.
A little bit more fun, I think. So just throwing that idea out there. If anyone wants to start with it, they can. But yeah, Rakinishu with the spray, ridiculous tracking right there. And again, this guy has unlimited ammo. It's absolutely ridiculous. As the bubble was going to go down, that Gibby was running at him like.
If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez-Its. I play Apex for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-Its Week.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cheez-It Week here at Series E. 1 game in the book for tonight's Pro Night, and it was a fun start. We got to see the debut of the former KSZ roster, now playing under the C9 banner, and they kick off their first game with a win. So congratulations to the boys. Excited to see them playing under C9 now, and they have started off strong here today. Let's check out our post-game stats here for Our first game of the day, Zach Mazer leading the way IGL for that C9 squad, and they're able to take the dub there, but it's Team Pop-Tarts and specifically Stomps over here, leading the way in the statistical department for that first game. 7 kills for Stomps, almost 2,400 damage for the Pop-Tarts Pro. They're currently sitting in second place. Trying to secure that is Razor is certainly breathing down their neck, but that's the kind of performance you need to hold that squad off. It's been a strong season from Team Pop-Tarts. We'll see if they can keep things rolling as the night continues. We'll be back with Game 2 and more Cheez Week action after this.
What's up, guys? It's Nishu from Team Cheez It. I think my favorite Cheez It flavors gotta go to these hot and spicies. They're just perfect. They're exactly what I want when I eat Cheez It's. A little bit of kick, a little bit of cheese. They're great. If I could create any Cheez It flavor, I think I would want some carne asada Cheez Its. You know, get some steaky, meaty flavor. I think those would taste great. If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez Its. I play Apex for Team Cheez It, and you're watching Cheez This Week.
All right, welcome back to Series E. Game number 1 ended with Cloud9 being able to take the dub there. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who is standing up top after our first game of the evening with 5 left to go. Looks like we have a pretty decent split amongst our top 4 squads right now. Team Pop-Tarts, despite taking that L, they do come out on top. They had a lot of frags, and they have 22 points overall. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance. Okay, never mind. Let's go ahead and talk about the leaderboard a little bit more. Cloud9, though, took the win, and they end up in second place with 19 points.
And you can see the left-hand side of the leaderboard just taking up all the points. Unfortunately, the teams that were eliminated early, they didn't really pick up any KP. They're just picking up that single placement point that they got, maybe 1 or 2 kills here and there. And Team Liquid had a priority spot. They were locking on that high ground over there towards Thermal Station. Thought they were in a good position. Next thing you know, TSM swings over towards the side. And speaking of TSM, you thought that they were going to continue to mop teams up, but they got shut down by Team Pop-Tarts, who really, really did pop off. I mean, what, they had 7 placement points overall? That means that they had 15 kills, Jamerson.
Yeah, and it all started off that early game scramble, coming down, rotating from the eastern side of the map, and then roaming through the south, making their way to launch site. They came up on huge third-party opportunities over at launch site, picked up kills there. They are very active in the mid-game we saw as well, and then surviving all the way to the late game. That is the dream, and they are currently living it now in first place. Will they be able to continue this kind of momentum? Importantly to note, though, Team Pop-Tarts taking those points, they're already safe. I don't see a world where in the next 3 days somehow teams scrambling up enough points to knock Pop-Tarts out of relegation. And so that's going to make it more difficult for teams like Team Cheez It, Team Intel, to try and catch up here.
I mean, unless they like do some sort of insider trading where it's like, all right, I'll sell you 100 points, dealer steal style, for all of your Cheez-Its. And then maybe Team Cheez It could catch up to Pop-Tarts then. But right now it's basically between Team Cheez It and Team Applejax as we take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment of game number 1. It was a fairly entertaining game number 1 where it was slow and then it was fast paced and then things got fairly crazy over here as Third Impact dropped on to Team Pop-Tarts. Unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, they weren't able to finish this fight off. Jazaz was going absolutely ridiculous. So was Ball on G. And then Lucas does get the knock on to Jazaz. Not able to finish the final player, though, as you see the Q is popped throughout all of that. The chase comes through. Ballon was waiting over towards the side. And there's the heads-up finish to get those extra KP points for C9.
And some might say unlucky. Third Impact dropped on Pop-Tarts, and that's why Cloud9 won. But Cloud9 was also proactive. They had just cleaned up a team fight of their own, and instantly you saw they had the presence of mind to check that mountaintop, and they saw Third Impact coming down. They started firing on them and forced them into Pop-Tarts themselves. So being proactive there, making sure that the last two teams in the lobby against you fight off first. They did that. And they were able to get the dub off the back of it.
Yeah, and you see when they actually fell down the mountain, one of the players got yeeted like all the way behind underneath the bridge. And I want to feel like that is ball on G, which could have gave them like some sort of weird off angle that no one was expecting on the Pop-Tart side. Everyone was anticipating players to be fighting in the bubble, but I think they were actually getting shot from behind. And like you said, C9 had to get into that situation to begin with. Sometimes that's what happens. I mean, the two teams that are always close to each other typically fight, and that's because of the pressure that you were talking about over towards the side, whether it's an R301, some sort of sniper rifle, anything at all can pressure these teams into thinking that, all right, we're going to go and take this fight. And sometimes you want to try to just take that fight so you can get second place over third place, and then you're getting those extra 3 points from the kill points too. Saw it yesterday where Team Content sent it over towards the side. I think it was onto Team Intel, and I want to say it was a dome ending too. So now we take a look at game number 2 and where these players are landing. We'll keep tabs on Team Cheez It and Team Applejacks throughout.
Yeah, right now, Cloud9, of course, taking over Frag West. Their loot looking a little okay. Zach already has himself the blue armor here, and we'll see if he can pick up anything else, especially for Noct and Stay Naughty. But Cloud9 definitely living the dream here, and as they are currently in second place, they didn't pick up as many kills, and that was just really for Team Pop-Tarts mopping up a lot of those, as Nestle now with the full 3 over at Harvester getting 50-50'd in this engagement. They're only sitting on white armors here, so not the greatest. We'll see who the other team is on the other side of this fight right now. But currently they're just facing off as it looks like, I actually couldn't tell. There are just so many names. Maybe Team Pringles here as NPL will start to push up.
Yeah, we saw this earlier when the map overview happened in game number 1, where there was just a ton of players over here. But Dracos is posted up waiting for his next scan in 15 seconds, and while that's happening, he needs to make sure he's not taking a handful of damage, and well, that's already been swapped out for over towards the side, and Nestle Splash is just waiting for their opportunity to get some damage, and then they're going to go and push on this. But the problem is the armor situation right now, and also the healing situation, so that's why they're going to trade a couple of cells, and that could be their last 2 cells. Another problem with this is there isn't really that much loot in Harvesters, so the more ammo that these players use, the more utility that they use. There's the bubble coming through, and actually the scan goes towards the bottom to see if anyone flanked. That means that they're not going to get that much information on where these players are located over towards the side. They actually think that they were scanned on the enemy side, so that's interesting that they back off throughout all of this. And there's some nice spray coming in from Bambino. This is how you want to see this. You want to see your Gibraltar kind of be on the front line over here. He's the one deciding when he wants to throw his bubble. He's also going to be the one ADSing throughout all that shield. But the baiting and switching is just stronger on the other side, so that's when Dracos decides that he wants to go and push throughout all this. Ronnie's always a little late to the party. I would love to see him start to get involved, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's starting to get a little bit more towards the front line. He's also the healthiest on his team, so Ronnie needs to go in here and create a little havoc.
But this is almost all of the heals being used. You can see Dracos and Bambino. Their armor's been cracked for some time now. Bubbles have been used as they are pushing through. Bambino is the first one to fall, but Dracos does answer back. Up against Lonely Fans is a team that is here. Now it's all up to Dracos hitting for the purple armor. You don't want to see that. As he goes for the reload, it's the melee from Blight that'll finish him off. It's like that. Team Nestle are out, but here comes the third party instantly. RKT roaming through the area will be able to pick up these kills. One of them will survive, but RKT are the ones that come out on top here.
Tough situation. I mean, that fight lasted so long that when you come from the RKT side, you're like, oh, these are great, but where's the loot, right? They didn't really hit any loot besides the top center of Harvester. You're going to have 2 pills over down towards the bottom, but it's just scraps for the rest of the side. So if you're going to take that fight on the Harvester side, it's definitely going to have to be a lot faster now that you know that Rice Krispies is going to come to the party. But tough situation, really, for both teams to be in. I mean, I would have loved to see Ronnie play that a little bit more aggressively. If they're not going to play aggressive at all, they need to just back off. And they were obviously staggering themselves on the bait and switch there. So a little bit of a miscommunication coming out from Nestle Splash. Rice Krispie Treat's going to take that 9 times out of 10. Ping's coming down. You can see they're moving their way over towards the zone. And they may meet some resistance over here. It's around that time where teams will start making their way over towards this choke on the left-hand side.
Charlotte Phoenix, though, are facing off against Pop-Tarts. Lucas has already been finished off, and that's a worrying sign. Team Pop-Tarts currently in the lead with 22 points after game number 1. The fight is taking place over here at Geyser, and they are knocked out. It's a huge opportunity now for a lot of our squads to start catching up. As you can see, teams now prioritizing for this Geyser ending. 303 Esports, they start off on Geyser, and they already have the priority position because of it, trying to punish these squads that are moving through that choke. But Paradise himself has to be careful. He's still sitting on that white armor, so he is a little bit vulnerable, and you can see how difficult it can be to try and track the Valkyrie movements, because at any point she could use that jet and change the trajectory. But it looks like TSM are coming in for the third party here, moving their way from Frag East, picking up a few kills on Team Rockstar.
Sniped playing as himself here. Interesting team composition coming through from TSM. Looks like they're having a little fun with it. Bangalore gonna be for Hal, and then oh no, it's gonna be horrible. They're sitting there voting on which legends they want them to play, and they're living up to their expectations. But I didn't know you were allowed to play as yourself. As Sniped is gonna be on that Mirage. We'll see exactly how many kills he's gonna be able to get. He's currently sitting at 2, which is gonna be pretty fun. Dupe was playing a fantastic Valkyrie yesterday for Team Applejacks, but wow, getting sent on top of Refinery over here, as they are going to find C9. That's going to be our winners from the previous game. Nox going to go down on that Gibraltar, which means they're going to have the quick bubble res. The rest of the players trying to cover, and you can see the great massive shot coming in for Abe's. Well timed, good execution, but here's the third party.
Oh, and so many nades there. The bubble has been used, but he's got to be careful. You can see the vulnerability on the lower side. He is the healthiest member, and he's the one that's going to hold the angle. The arm shield keeping that Gibraltar alive for now. Misses the melee, and now he's left in the 1v2. Third impact with the third party. We'll clean that up when things were looking so good for Applejacks there. And now I guess we did get an answer to what happened to Applejacks in game number 1. They are not going over by Tree. We saw the 50-50s were not favoring them, as Renegades had a better grasp on that fight in the last few weeks. And so it was Applejacks that changed up their game plan for their drops heading into Pro Night.
Well, they understand the situation just solely based on the fact that they have been contested by Renegades on the Pro Days. Could be the reason that they don't have nearly as many points as they feel that they should have. But now they're going to have to get used to what's going on the Refinery side, because this is kind of third impact land. They drop over towards Epicenter Survey, and then they start to run around looking for fights. They're not interested in rotating. They want to come through and get some KP. They want to practice their rotations and their fighting skills towards the back of this map, and the timing was pretty on point right there. You saw some really nice plays by everybody on Applejacks, though. I was really liking how they were playing that one. Razor, though, they are interested in fighting as well, and they're going to send it over here. They have one player that's a little bit out of position. That's going to be Zeke, and they take him down. Hackula flies in. Serial's there for some support, as well as Zeratricky, and third impact got caught sleeping. I don't think they're expecting Razor to rotate late.
Yeah, beautiful third party coming out from Razor there, as I thought maybe third impact decide to go for the Valkyrie redeploy, leave yourself a little bit less vulnerable, a bit quicker to get up and out of there, but instead they were sitting on that balloon the entire time. You saw Razor Serial, he was just lurking. And so, you know, one third party for another, as Razor will pick those up. Looks like as they try to make their way in the ring, they are getting shot at from a squad across the ways here, but they should be safe looking at the distances and how they're moving around. And so not too much damage taken, and got the KP, and they'll be able to move through. We've hit our top 15 as we enter into round 2 here of game number 2. And they'll be able to heal up. Slurpee G fighting off against Team Liquid now as well. So a lot of fighting taking place. 2 Brains, 1 Controller versus Team Liquid. It's already a 1-for-1 exchange here, as now Rocker and Slurpee are trying to push up. They've got double purple armors. The scan comes out. They spot out one, isolated. And never mind, it was a 1v2. Liquid get knocked out in 15th place.
Unfortunate there for Albrulli that he was the last one alive, going up against 2 completely healthy players of 2 Brains, 1 Controller. You can see how good the armor situation is now. Double purples and a gold with the gold helmet there on Rocker. Still a lot more loot to be had. It was 2 gold death boxes sitting in front of you, plus these pills that remain unopened. But we do have a fight happening between Flashpoint and Team Intel, actually, and they do find a gold backpack. That was one of the things that were inside of there. Is 6 is going to answer. You have a one-on-one situation now, I believe, between Z Davis and the last member alive. As the third party does come through, that's going to be Team Pringles coming in with the grenade. Phony's looking for the last player alive, and does a great job of spotting where they're at, and there it is, the finish on to Z Davis. There's a defensive bombardment just in case as well. Looks like it's a friendly one. That was just Presley making sure nobody was getting away throughout all that situation. So 3 kills on over to Fury, and they're looking around for any third party. I like this, just kind of sitting out in the open, making sure they're good. Turbocharged Havoc with the 3x, still a very underrated combo.
And they're in a great position right now, controlling the south side choke of Geyser as we see this ring continue to pull on over here. And so they'll have the options with the mobility that the Octane provides. If they need to push deeper in, they will have that jump pad to use, but being able to just play standby over here on the south side. Can't imagine too many other teams are rotating through here, but to be able to make it to the late game. Speaking of making it to the late game though, 303, their time is running out. Paradise has been knocked as now TSM are ready for the push. The res is good, and there's the bubble, but it's the re-knock coming out from Hal, and 303 get mopped up.
Yeah, who says this isn't the meta, right? I'm curious to see how Rampart's going to play into this one too, as we did see Snipedown with some amazing shots. I mean, when you're playing as yourself in Apex, typically you end up shooting like that, and Team Razor laying down some really nice shots like they always do. That's going to be the Hemlock coming in for Zero Tricky. Interesting enough, Zero Tricky not rocking the R301 in these type of situations, which is kind of his go-to, but the Hemlock will do the same type of mid-range, long-range distance that you actually need. And you can see it's still definitely part of the tournament meta over here, and just meta in general, as Serial's the one looking around, making sure that nobody's coming around over towards their back. And you see the philosophy here for Team Razor. They're just locking down No Name, wait for this zone to close. Once this round closes, they know that they're safe to kind of see what's in front of them, and they don't want to have what happened to Third Impact, what they did to Third Impact happen to them.
Yeah, this is a huge position to be playing off of over here at No Name. They'll have the bubble scan for that beacon, and you can see them spread out all across No Name, making sure they hold this angle. They do have someone to their north right now. Serial saw them on the redeploy. It might have been 2 Brains, 1 Controller who were over at Fragment, or maybe that was 2 Brains, 1 Controller that made their way through to that choke just beforehand. But as this ring closes, you can see already in position to try and get that beacon for themselves.
The beacon scan is huge because we already kind of have a feeling it's going over towards Geyser, but you need to confirm which side of Geyser it's going to actually be. And it's going to give you a lot of information on that alone, whether it's going to be where TSM was setting up. I think that's a priority building, or it could be, you know, some other opportunity to play the choke, which could result in a lot of kills. And I think that's where the thought process is for Team Razor right now. But they do have a team that's going a late rotation over towards the Overlook side. Curious to see which team that is. Could that be Nestle Splash on a very, very late rotation? Take a look over towards the Geyser side. See Charlotte Phoenix prioritizing inside of the small building. We're going to see Prodigy Aces and Team Cheez over towards the side of Geyser on the left-hand side, closest to your screen. And then on the furthest building, that's obviously Renegades posted up. So all 4 of these teams expecting it to pull over towards Geyser. Question is, will it pull directly in the center of them, or will it go more over towards TSM? I would say there's more endings towards TSM side.
Yeah, TSM holding the deep pocket far deep on the eastern side of Geyser right now. A lot of teams in the area, but we're seeing every priority position being taken. Every building is taken up right now, along with the choke points. It looks like 2 Brains, 1 Controller moving in from the western side as well. They will have this high ground house. Does seem like it is open for them. It's free for the taking here as the scan comes out from Slurping. They do get the confirmation. Yeah, this building is going to be free. Let's try and check back in with Team Rockstar, who are over at No Name right now, to see what was going on there. They were the closest forward engagement right now. There should be a lot of neutral fighting, a lot of armor poking on this side currently.
And 2 Brains, 1 Controller is probably surprised that that building was uncontested. That is typically where you're going to end up getting gate kept. But this has been a fairly fast-paced game. You can see 11 squads left here. A couple of them are a little bit in shambles, as we do have Bangalore smoke out all the way across the map over here, basically, for Hal. And they're basically just big chilling. I mean, they have to watch over towards the tunnel side. Pings go down over towards that respawn side too, because that's where the team outside the tunnel will make their way over towards. So if you do have any threat, that's where it's going to be, and Hal understands that. So that's why he's making sure it's his job that he's going to be watching over towards the area. And Rice Krispie Treats does have a couple of players down low ground, and I do like this aggressive play from Tech. He is within Q distance, face distance from his teammates, so if he needs to make it back to Bird and have a bubble over towards the door, they'll be A-okay. Also, one of the big things throughout all of this is to be ready to open the door, because you can't do that while you're in your Wraith queue. You need to make sure that you can get back into the building, so they're always communicating that on the Rice Krispie Treat side to see how they want to go about it. They do have, I believe, 2 Braids, 1 controller still up over towards that building on the edge, and then that player down low, I'm not quite sure if that could be a rat. Could have been Blight running around over towards the bottom, but look at TSM, they're getting aggressive over here. Mirage is going to bust the ult for Snipe Down. Takes a good initial damage right there, but he is being caught out, and with all those decoys, I'm surprised they knew which one it was him.
Yeah, he's able to back off and able to heal up his armor as well. Still stuck fairly close to that squad, but hey, enough disruption coming in with that smoke, and TSM, they will be able to survive here. Snipe Down does back off throughout all of this. They've already have at least 4 kills to their names right now. You can see Hal has 2 kills with 2 assists. There may be more on board for TSM. We have hit the top 10, and so the Lone Rat did get taken down here, but TSM, now they're going to be forced out of this position. You can see the scans going down. There's a team that looks like inside the tunnel as well. So this could be a difficult rotation for themselves. They don't have the usual tools to try and breach buildings or make their way across safely. And so this is going to be an interesting rotate for them. Na'Vi, they've been controlling this choke for some time. They will have the opportunity to just slide down to a building. Na'Vi's Kuya is sitting on that Kraber right now. He might open up a chance for them to get inside that building just below them. Still, though, tense situation here as this is going smack dab in the middle of Geyser. We might have the actual Geyser ending where it ends right on that redeploy. We'll see TSM try a second chance at this push onto the team to their west right now, and you're really trying to favor that side, that high ground here, but Snipe Down hasn't been able to find anything quite yet. Trying to use the decoy to get some information as well, but that team is anything if not stubborn to give up the spot. Here we go. It's going to be the full push out now for TSM. The decoy getting in the information as well. Gonna wait on the next cooldown for that as Reps is starting to push up on that rampart here, setting up the crossfire. You see the decoys again try to create some sort of confusion throughout all of this, and it is. They're keeping an eye on their north right now, and so Snipe Down really utilizing Mirage to its full extent here pretty beautifully as well. The TSM are slowly closing the gap on them. They are now on top of them as the ring is closing. They got to take this fight real quick. Good shots out now, but Imperial Hal is super low, will go down. Serial picks that one up, but they do trade away as it looks like they will be able to get rid of Third Impact, and TSM survive, but Imperial Hal does not. Here is 2 Brains, 1 controller make their way into the building for now as they got the first knock onto Zera Tricky. They have the numbers advantage here. They've got the armor swaps as Zera Tricky is going to be thirsted here by Rocker. Now Serial goes for the repeat, but not much can be done here as he gets fully challenged, gets taken out by Slurpee G.
Serial was playing that phenomenal, and I like that grenade placement too, but just Slurpee G sending it, full sending it immediately, taking him down, and Tech's there to answer. Hakulo gonna have to heal up underneath this building. Tough situation to be in. You do have Na'Vi coming up from the hill over towards the side that can spot you out. They still have Kraber in hand. But Hal did die to the zone right there once he got knocked. That was super unfortunate. He was so close to sliding in with that zone. But I want to see Snipe Down do some crazy stuff with the Mirage over towards this ending, because it could really throw a wrench in the plans for the rest of these teams, and maybe even Sheila makes an appearance for Reps. But Cheez has been locking down this building for quite some time. Now they realize that they do have to move. Another team that's on the outside looking in is going to be Team Rice Krispie Treats right there on the bottom left of your screen, finding themselves a little scuffle on the outside.
Team Pringles trying to recover here, down to a duel right now. You can see it's Team Cheez taking control over the roof, but they do back away once again. TSM applying pressure from the high ground here as they are trying to chase after Team Pringles. We'll see if they can recover. Luckily for Team Pringles, though, it looks like Na'Vi and Renegades are currently in a fight, or at least the threats of Na'Vi is keeping RNG in check right now. So Team Cheez still holding down this building, but they're going to have to move We got 35 seconds as the zone starts closing up, and you can see it's pulling up towards the northern center side of Geyser right now, as Na'Vi will be able to take out Pringles with the help of TSM. TSM here still stuck on the south side. They're making their move across as Na'Vi find themselves a little pocket to work off of now, but they are getting shot up from so many angles. They have to retreat to the other side of the building here, and then they'll have cover to work off of. Taking a look at TSM, you can see Reps trying his best to put a stop to the teams coming out here, but the portal has been taken. Rocker gets one knock onto Snipe down, and it looks like TSM will actually survive. We'll see though. 4 squads, never mind. TSM get finished off. Na'Vi now controlling the high ground here in the final circle. We have 2 shots left for Kuya in this Kraber. Now down to 1. Only hits that arm shield. Gets through though. So the pressure is going to be on top of them as well as they throw down the defensive bombardment. Stunny will get finished off. RKT now down to just a duo as Tech gets taken out by Tech.
Nice job by 2 Brains, 1 Controller, but also by Na'Vi coming in from the high ground choke to pick up some kills. There's a very nicely placed Thermite. And that's going to be some more tech on tech action over here as he's going to dip out and try to find out exactly where these players could be hiding. A lot of times there will be a little side pocket where you could be camping out as a rat, but looks like they're going to be free to go about without any rats to worry about. As a couple of Alt Excel is going to be popped inside the building coming in for Rocker, and then I believe you still do have, if I'm not mistaken, Charlotte Phoenix that was setting up for quite some time. I'm not sure if they're still in this one or if maybe Renegades took their spot. But Renegades is slow playing this. You can see they are coexisting with 2 Brains, 1 Controller over towards the building. And then you have a rat somewhere, I believe. So 3 on 3, there's the rat right there. It's going to be Bird coming through on the Gibraltar. He's going to be basically in the middle of the open right here. I don't think that he's going to be able to last very long. The team should focus him, and they're going to worry about their own 3 versus 3. But Na'Vi's going to take to the sky here. Look at these little cheeky EU players, huh? They love staying outside the battlefield.
Yeah, they can avoid the fight for about another 15 seconds here. As you can see, the defensive bombardment does go down, and they will be able to avoid that at the very least. So that Valkyrie redeploy does get them some value, but eventually you are forced down now. Nesh doesn't have his bubble quite yet. Just another second left, and he's vulnerable. Tech realizes that, takes Nesh out. But here is Kuya, who was able to use the jetpacks to try and delay his fall as well. Ron picks up 1, trading back onto Tech. 2 Brains, 1 Controller going down. Renegades taking a page out of Na'Vi's book, and they will recreate that play for now as they are waiting to drop down for as long as they can, but they are forced out eventually, and they'll be able to pick up this kill onto Kuya. Pow does fall though. Bird still alive as the Rats. We'll see how much longer he survives. He hits top 3 for his team now and gets value so far, but the Rat is getting pinched now as they drop down onto him in the 2v1 and clean him up. That's going to be 2 Brains, 1 Controller pushing out for the 3v2, and 2 Brains, 1 Controller will take game number 2.
Well executed there by 2 Brains, 1 Controller. You can see the thought process in the current meta right now is as this Zone 6 is closing, everybody takes to the high ground. Even if you want to return to the battlefield, you can. But if you do it staggered, that's what's going to happen, unfortunately, for Na'Vi. They couldn't close out the big game that they were having, but still a really, really fun zone to watch. We haven't seen a Geyser ending like that in a while.
Yeah, watching 2 separate Valkyrie teams using the same tactic there, but ultimately 2 Brains, 1 Controller. With the building that they controlled, were able to peek out last. They also got to recover. Remember, Tech went down, but they were able to get him back up and just go for the reset. So great win for 2 Brains, 1 Controller, taking game number 2. We are going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game 3 of Pro Night right after this.
What's up, guys? It's Trakinishu. I usually play Bloodhound or Gibby. Usually varies, though. We like to experiment with a lot of different comps and a lot of different play styles. I think that's one of the strong suits of our team is that we have a lot of experience on a lot of different characters. So you might catch me on Bangalore. You might catch me on Gibby. Who knows?
If they're starving out on some materials right now. Oh, what a perfectly placed grenade! What? The way that bounced and it didn't roll down? Okay, and this is the way that Team Cheez can do it. Thankfully, you have the Valkyrie to lift you up, but to dance around the bombardment, is it even gonna be enough? You don't want to give up this high ground, and you lost both of your teammates. That's gonna be it, and despite the odds, Team
Honestly, I'm not too stringent on what I use. It's usually whatever I drop with. But if there's an R301 in combination with a shotgun, that's probably what I'll do. Eva R301 is like super strong right now. I really like that combination. The only gun I really try to avoid is probably the Scout. I just can't figure that thing out. I know it's super strong, but it's just not my type of gun.
Any type of charge rifle, any player with a Scout, somebody with a mid-range, just start with it they can. But yeah, recognition with the spray, ridiculous tracking right there. And again, this guy has unlimited ammo. It's absolutely.
When it comes to playstyle, Team Cheez is a little bit different. We like to take any opportunity that presents itself. We don't necessarily play end of zone. We don't necessarily play edge. Kind of let the game come to us, see what opportunities are out there, third parties, or strong positions to hold. If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esports arena and pick up some Cheez-Its. I play Apex for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-Its.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our second game done for the day. 2 brains, 1 controller, able to take the win there over Renegades. Bit of a spicy finish there. Even saw GS Bird from Team Rice Krispies Treats able to rat it out and get into the top 3. Let's check out our post-game stats here for our second game of the day. Tech, a great player formerly of Team Razor, getting some things going, but it is the TSM boys in the statistical department. 6 kills there for Snipe Down gives him kill leader for that second game, and over 2,300 damage from reps as TSM makes their return. A couple weeks off for those boys, but they've looked strong so far. No games under their belt yet, but still getting points up on the board. We saw Team Pop-Tarts at the top of the standing, followed by C9 after one game. We'll have to see how those things shake up when we come back. And don't miss out on halftime. I will be sitting down with Prodigy Aces of Team Cheez-It, so you're not going to want to miss it.
Hey, what's up? It's Joey Blackout, and my favorite flavor of Cheez-It, it's honestly the original. I don't know. I'm a simple man. I know there's a bunch of flavors, but I just like the original, honestly. If I could make any flavor Cheez-It, I think I would make pepperoni pizza. It just sounds really good. I don't know. The cheese that they put on the Cheez-Its, it's amazing. So I want to try it. If you guys are looking to get your own Cheez-Its, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esports arena and pick up all your Cheez-It goodies. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back to Series E. As we just finished off game number 2, 2 brains, 1 controller. We're able to take the win there in game number 2. So let's take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see who is up top, because we saw our top 2 teams getting taken out early on, and so that allows 2 brains, 1 controller now to take the lead in first place. Third Impact will move into second as well. And Team Pop-Tarts, despite being taken out really early on, getting almost no points, I believe, in that last game, they still maintain their position. They are in third place now with 22 points.
This is where things start to get interesting, and you're going to see, I hope, more fun compositions out of TSM. I can't believe that Snipe Down on Mirage was actually the kill leader. And I was impressed with the way that he was able to control the decoys there with his controller in hand. Some pretty awesome stuff coming out for TSM. But really the big story, obviously, besides the teams that are sitting at the top, would be the teams kind of sitting at the bottom, 15th and 17th place. Team Applejacks and Team Cheez-It. We've been, hyping these 2 teams up because that's where the leaderboard for the accumulative points for Series E stands to see who's going to get into Season 3. And there is a 10-point difference right now between Applejacks and Cheez. It's not just a one-game difference, Jamerson. It's literally just a matter of a couple fights.
Yeah, this is also a 70-point difference, it looks like, for Team Intel. So time is running out for them with 20 games, I believe, now. Or no, with 16 games left to play. Team Intel, their time is running out. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high-performance moment of game number 2. And when we're talking about high, we're talking about height here. So we saw Na'Vi going for this maneuver, try to utilize that out of bounds for as long as possible, but they are forced off. And Nesh, he gets punished for it. Did not have his bubble in time. Kuya tried to answer back, and I believe they did get a knock onto Tech, or no, yeah, Ron did. And this became a little bit of a scary situation, but Renegades end up forcing the issue here as they try to go for that same play, causing a lot of confusion outside of this building as they go down a little bit earlier than they wanted to, I imagine, here. And so this allows 2 brains, 1 controller to go for the reset.
Not only that, Bird puts a damper in their plans there with the 1 clip onto Pow. And you just don't expect the Rat to continue to stay in throughout all that. Bird did a phenomenal job picking up that extra placement point and a kill point along the way. So we'll see if that plays into factor for the overall leaderboard. But Renegades looked like they had a really good thought process. They were the last team to go up into the air. And then even though that they were kind of staggered and it looked like Saucer was kind of doing his own thing, they all ended up landing on the roof together. But you saw the 1 clip from Bird was just so fast. They didn't have any opportunity to answer with some sort of utility. Once that happened, 2 brains, 1 controller, loved the situation they were in.
Yeah, just being able to utilize that building, go for the reset, and just clean up the rest of the lobby here as we are getting game number 3 set up right now. And like I said, in that last game, game number 2, our first and second place teams going down early. I don't think either of them put on any points. So Cloud9 and Team Pop-Tarts were not able to get anything done in that game. Allows a lot of our squads now to start catching up, take their places on the leaderboard as we are ready for game number 3. We have a really nice flight path for this one. It's going straight down the middle across the map here. So a lot of teams will be hitting some really good timings on their drops. Let's go ahead and join in with 2 brains, 1 controller to see how they've been playing this one out.
And I kind of miss I know this is crazy to say, but I kind of miss the days where we would see some random Revenant Octanes coming through, because when I watch these fun compositions that TSM's playing, it's kind of crazy to watch such skilled players execute a composition like that. So we'll see what kind of fun they're having here. But we actually have the 50-50 going on over towards Harvester. And I believe Ronnie's not wasting any time as he's going to get that initial knock right there. And they're playing aggressive. That's what I love to see. Nestle Splash playing together. Ronnie's inside of that fight. Blue Ray Small is doing a great job with the scout through all this, but it's a 2-on-1 situation. And there it is, Nestle Splash. They're going to be able to get that dub. And Ronnie actually playing more aggressive on Caustic than he was on Raid.
Both teams playing a lot more aggressive on this one. Before, it was a lot of footsies and trying to poke each other, trading positions, swapping back and forth. But you have to imagine, both Lonely Fans and Nestle Splash realize that works to neither of our benefits. If we're going to take this fight, we both have to take the fight early on. Do not allow RKT to come in for the third party. As you can see, RKT are still over there, still looting up at staging. But now we get a look at the ring. This one's going down on over to the southeast side of the map, and we had a very similar ring last week as well. But it's Team Razor in a fight over here on Skyhook.
Yeah, Team Razor, they love to own the Skyhook area. But on the open days, it's a lot more free. Today on the Pro Day, they are a little bit on the contested side. Nice job by Zeratricky sliding down, getting that gold backpack throughout all of that. So the style points were rewarded big time. You know, that's how they do it. Typically, if you hit it with the 360 no scope, they're going to give you something better than, you know, a turbocharger or a digital threat throughout all of that. Me, I typically get like an anvil or something along those lines. But either way, Razor, they are not typically as looted as they normally are, and they're going to have to do some adjustments over here. You can see not that much ammo for that Volt sitting there with only about 3 or 4 clips, but that means that they are prioritizing the rotation, and something's up. There's another really good team over towards the Skyhook area, and they're not interested in kind of duking it out based on the current situation with their loot. So I do like this. There's obviously loot along the way that they can take, and there is a rotation coming in from Na'Vi, but man, everyone that we switched to, Jamerson, is just in shambles armor-wise.
Yeah, we'll see if they can recover here, but triple whites, that is not something you want to be leaving your drop spot for, especially when
Aha.
it's a very far rotation path going all the way to the southeast side of the map. Last game we saw Razor actually going over towards the northeast side, going for the third party. We saw them picking up kills there, but this time around that they were not able to do so because they did get a little bit challenged there over at Skyhook and no longer had the timing for that push. Fortunate to see, but they will have to, of course, move in with everyone else. You can see now with Pringles moving through the south side of the map. Phony keeping an eye. He saw someone in the distance here. Looks like they're going to try and move up as covertly as they can without giving up their location so far. Just leapfrogging across these volcano paths as it looks like they will be able to start catching off this team. They're sliding right into the cave just in time to avoid Team Pringles. It's going to be Flashpoint that's ahead of them.
And this is a scary spot because you can get third party directly out into the open here while all the teams are making the rotation. You can see pings going down over towards Dome. This is one of those spots where you have to really keep your head on the swivel, and I think that Pringles is recognizing that situation. They don't have enough information to play around with, so they're going to go take to the high ground over toward... Oh, never mind. Phony was going for the high ground, but looks like Fury's going to have this one on lockdown. And with the Scout 3X, that's a perfect situation to be in. He's going to be able to watch this entire northwest side. I mean, just look at how much real estate you have to cover here.
Yeah, they'll be happy if the ring keeps hugging the south side of the zone here. And we'll see if that does remain true so far. It does look like they do have a beacon inside Dome, but I don't know if they're going to want to try and take that one. Might take a little bit too much damage. And also, yeah, prioritizing gatekeeping anyone that tries to rotate through here. And the ever-looming threat, they know they have at least one team just to the north of them inside that vault tunnel. So Fury, just trying to get some pot shots off on his team, rotating through launch site for now. Like you said, he's got the 3X, he's got a blue mag as well on that G7 Scout. So he is going to be that player to try and get the damage and armor upgrades for his squad.
No doubt Pringles is sitting here waiting for kill points. They want to make sure that they're locking down this choke, and it's going to be an interesting zone pull too. We're going to have to take a look at the map, and maybe when we take a look at the map, we'll also be able to see where the players are setting up, because Lava City is being highly favored right now, but while Lava City is being favored, this is a completely priority spot that you want to have, because again, the amount of kill opportunities that you're going to have on teams rotating in just like this. But you do have to be careful with any third parties that come through. Kubski's going to toss down that Nox gas grenade. Z Davis goes down first throughout all this. Flashpoint is taking on Team Rice Krispie Treats, and Finicky's been stuck in this gas, so he's going to have a little bit of a cover from the knockdown shield, but not much visual clutter that he has to, so much visual clutter that he has to back off over throughout all of this. And that is Kubski, the stinky man, coming through and tossing some more barrels so the res can come through, but Bird's not allowing it. Fresh off of his rat performance in the previous game, wiping all three players and only taking 25 damage.
And for Rice Krispie Treats, no third party coming in. We know that there was a team that was in position just to the south to come in, but they could not because of the redeploy we saw just before we swapped views. So it's going to be Rice Krispie Treats now holding down Vault Tunnel here. And this is such a strong spot to be playing off of. They'll have the options for the rotates wherever this ring decides to pull on over. Team Cruelty, Oi Senpai. It's going to be Razor getting a knock onto Snipe Down. It looks like it was quite possibly a third-party attempt, as a lot of teams now fighting over here. Bronzy will get rezzed up by Asura. There's no pressure on them quite yet. Mercy pulling that low, and there is the bubble as you just see a Valkyrie flying past. And so Team Charlotte Phoenix will be able to heal up here, as it looks like Razor find themselves in a fight, taking out Na'Vi.
I like Charlotte Phoenix's position right here, how they're working together too, making sure that everyone's watching certain areas as they communicate on how they're going to approach this situation. Will this team clamor up? Are they going to take the fight? SeriesE making sure that he's watching those stairs, got the PK already charged up, and there's the rotation coming through. Really heads up play as they're going to go and take that jump pad and just bounce out of there. They don't want to deal with this team, and actually have Kuya coming in with a knock, and while that's happening, Naughty actually gets a knock over towards the side and the finish onto Hal. So a lot of different fights taking over as this zone is going to close, and nice job by Rockstar picking up some kills and assists along the way for Matt Pickett, and now he's going to have to be fairly careful though. There's a lot of utility being used over towards this side, and he's also using some of his own. Hemlock Volt combination, and that Hemlock, I don't know, it's running out of ammo and it doesn't have any attachments, Jamerson. It could be time for a backup plan.
Yeah, they do have, I believe, a death box below them, so there might be an opportunity for them to swap weapons here. Don't know what is over there. Bojack with no arrows. So you're going to have to look towards your local Fletcher to try and pick something else up, but looks like they will back away. They do have the replicator, so you can get ammo there, but again, it's going to take some time. They're going to see you prepping. Yeah.
I've never understood why the replicator doesn't give more ammo. I mean, it's so expensive just for absolutely nothing that you get in return. So we'll see exactly what Matt Pickett is going to elect to go for right there. But tough situation, tough break, as you do have that death box right there. And maybe his teammates took all the ammo from that one too. So the rotation is going to have to happen here. And the way that you look at it, going through Fragment is fairly scary. So I wouldn't deny if they even decide they want to take to the sky here for Matt Pickett and then avoid this team. But the way that Senpai is positioning himself, he's more or less just trying to have a presence, making sure that no one's pushing them, and then they're going to decide how they want to go about this. As Prodigy Aces is going to knock on a saucer, and we do see where this zone is going to pull. It's going to continue to go over towards that Lava City side. Right now, Third Impact is in a prime position.
Yeah, there are a good number of zones for this one, pulling over the train station, over to the mini domes just to the north, and go over to the beacon building where Pop-Tarts are. And so teams are going to be highly prioritizing being able to maintain control over a beacon right now. And that's one of these squads that we're looking at right here. Team Cheez-It, they have full control over the roofs, over these buildings. Of course, they drop over here at Lava City, so they have that priority. And once this ring closes, we'll likely be checking in with them to get that ring information.
That's perfectly spot on the amount of zones that pull over here. So it is really up to Team Cheez-It to give us that information and then decide what they want to do with that, because a lot of the lobby really depends on where this one's going to go. And right now I do like where Third Impact is on top of that triple layer building with the elevator shaft, because of the fact that I'm kind of favoring maybe that blue truck ending. But even if that's the case, they have a fairly free rotation away from all the teams that are coexisting inside the actual Lava City. So Cheez-It's in a great spot. Third Impact's in a great spot. A team that's going to have to do a lot of fighting to get out of their situation is going to be Team Razor. But that's what Team Razor does. That's why they kind of play this style, as they're looking for these scuffles, and we get a chance to see what kind of armor upgrades and things along that nature that they had. They went from their triple gray to a double blue and purple throughout all of that, charging up their Evo shields. And look at this, Paradise and 303 are finding themselves in a fight with Third Impact over towards the side, and that's not what they were looking for. So they're going to back off. They've already lost one player and make that two now, as Third Impact goes and picks up all the loot over towards the train station side. So really nice job by them, and they've been pretty impressive today in terms of playing as a unit. You could always see, it seems like Third Impact, all three players always on the same page.
Yeah, I believe the crypto is still alive, so there's an opportunity for the drone to pick up those beacons and get the res for themselves. It doesn't seem like, well, let me actually just move my camera. Yeah, okay. So the respawn beacon is still there at that mini dome on the north side of Lava, but that is definitely not somewhere you want to try and go for the res. We'll see if Third Impact can camp these banners, camp the drone, as they are throwing out scans, trying to find the last member of this squad currently. But it's a fight over here that was about to take place. Two brains, one controller, though, over down by launch site. Pander's getting involved in this as well. It looks like Team Intel will be able to clean that one up. Armor's cracked and worse for wear, but they will be able to reset. And now Team Intel close to hitting top 15, and they do get that along with the kill points.
Solid job by Intel right there. And coming back to getting respawned over towards that dome, don't have time to talk about that because Pop-Tarts is in a spot, but actually if you are going to get respawned over there, you could expect to die instantly, or you're going to land with just an alternator and no cells. So I'm not quite sure who in their right mind would even want to be on the map at that point. But Pop-Tarts over here, they're not slowing down. They're trying to third-party Third Impact over here, who's been just dominating nonstop, and Jazz is continuing to do so. He's going to drop two players right there. There's actually some more players that are starting to filter in over towards the side. This is going to be three teams, and Third Impact is dealing with all of them one by one. Ziki was lost through all this, but Balanji and Jazaz still alive. Beast of the Hunt still there as well, and a lot of death boxes to be used. And you never know, Jamerson, is anyone psycho enough to try to pull off this res? We'll see. It looks like one's being popped over towards the side.
Yeah, that has to be the crypto team, 303, I believe, going for that right now. And
mobile
Third
respawn
Impact
beacon
cannot punish it here, as you can see, they have to actually get Zicky in themselves. We'll see if they can make their way across to use that res just to their west right now.
They just popped a mobile respawn beacon.
Oh, they do have the mobile respawn beacon, so they will be able to get him safely up. There's plenty of loot here as well, so this is the perfect opportunity for third impact.
What a cool addition to the game. I mean, it's so fun when you're in this situation for Zicky, and you deserve to get back into this game. I mean, you just fought two of our top teams throughout all of this and survived while they were all pushing your building. And now you're like, wait, we have to play this 2 versus 3. We deserve to get some loot here. And that's exactly what Zicky's going to be able to do. All these death boxes, going to get his box right back, and even some more loot from the rest of these players. You can see that's Bronzy's box. Charlotte Phoenix was in the area. I think Pop-Tarts pushed this building as well. So they did just such a good job. And we were talking about the strength of this building is the lack of third parties that could potentially come through. Well, if they were actually in the middle of Lava City, I don't think they would have survived it, because there would have been the rest of the squads fully sending. I mean, 13 squads left through all of this. That's a tough situation to be in. So congrats for Third Impact getting out of a tough situation.
And here is round 3 closing. You can see 303 were able to recover, but their loot not looking so great, as we have Team Intel coming in from behind with that redeploy. They've used their bubble as well. They've made their way on in, and they do have the safety of that first floor to hold down. And so they'll be safe inside the ring. We'll see if they get aggressive. A lot of teams in the area, like you said, smack dab in the middle of Lava City. So many teams, 10 plus hostiles scanned for Metro there.
Absolutely ridiculous. It's just like ants over here, the way that we saw so many players in this vicinity. And that's why I like the way that Third Impact is playing this. Again, they're away from the teams. If they need to rotate, they're going to be A-okay. And I'm surprised that really no teams are even trying to coexist over towards that building. A team like Intel flew in, and then they're sharing one of the smaller buildings that we have here. And Team Cheez It's going to hit the scan. It actually pulls away for where Third Impact is. And now Team Cheez It is loving this situation. The question is which side of this smaller zone that we have will it pull towards? Will it go over towards the respawn beacon? Will it continue to be over towards the actual Lava City area? One thing's for sure, if it goes over towards the dome, all hell is going to break loose on these rotations.
Yeah, they can go for that bubble beacon scan, but it's such a scary situation with so many teams underneath you. Rockstar, though, in a fight on the northern side right now. Matt Pickett is low, but he'll be able to get out of dodge. Never mind, turns back around for Zach Mazer, take him out, but Trino picks up 2. It's down to the 1v1. Oi Senpai versus the last member of Cloud9. It's Gibraltar on Gibraltar action, trying their best to bubble fight here. Goes through the reload, hits for the flash, and will be able to take out Noct. Oi Senpai coming in clutch and will be able to get the res and get his team back up. No, the third party comes out. Looks like Nestle were in the area, and such a tragic way to go.
The only reason I laughed right there, I don't like laughing at people's misfortunes, but it's just the timing of he is able to get the res right there, and Nestle Splash is like, you thought so. Every time that you finish a fight and you're feeling good, well, there's too many teams in this circle to have you feeling really, really good. So now Team Cheez It, they love the situation that they're in, but you're right, Jamerson. It's kind of scary to go for that bubble scan, because then you're down utility and you may need that a little bit later. But one thing's for sure, one team is already playing on top of the eggshell over towards the dome, and that's a nuisance to have to deal with. But look at these nice shots coming in from Rakinishu. He's going to actually make that player slide down after connecting for about 100, and now he's going to reset over towards the side. So I do like that play from Team Cheez It. They are literally watching every single angle that they need to. One player is watching the outside, a couple players watching the inside, and then one player is kind of just going back and forth over here. So it's difficult. A lot of teams are trying to take your spot, and all these scans are coming through to check if there's any weakness in your armor, any weakness in your setup, and that's just not the case right now for Team Cheez It. They're locking down every angle that they need to.
Yeah, they are safe inside this next ring as well, so maybe the priority on that scan not that high of a value for them, as they'll be eventually figure out where the next zone is. You can see now starting to use some nades to try and slow down these squads. That building is in as well, and so nothing might actually come of this. As you can see, Prodigy Ace is keeping an eye on that stairwell as he's going to be careful. Never mind, he's going for the kidnap, but it looks like that player was able to just avoid it, just playing off the ledges here. And never mind, Prodigy Aces will be able to finish him off. That's going to be Fury, the lone rat, going down. We are now down to our top 10 squads, but that moment of weakness you were talking about, Tom, the lack in defense, allows another team to swerve on in and take over the rooftop as the EMP comes out from 303. And I know they were sitting on, one of them was sitting on white armor, so that might be ultimate value for them with so many players here.
The amount of teams that were just waiting for an opportunity like that to take the roof is absolutely crazy, and you can see just how fast things start to escalate over here as you're gonna have Team Liquid take things over. And that was a team that was just waiting. They were like, all right, when's our opportunity to go? They've split up, let's do it now. And Cheez needs to wonder, is it worth challenging Team Liquid right now because of the possible third parties? And to them, they are going to back off because Hack goes in the vicinity with his flatline. That's going to be Team Razor getting the knock, and it's really not that bad of a situation for Team Cheez after picking up some kill points to just kind of lay low and stay on one level below, because you don't want to have to deal with all of these squads. You are the priority throughout all of this. So Team Cheez, it's like, okay, let's just kind of bait and switch over here. It is King of the Hill over towards the roof, but at the same time, we refuse to kind of, give up the spot that we've been holding for quite some time. Racknation is going to take a decent amount of damage from a grenade. He's going to back down over towards the third level, and they're going to reset. So they do have this safe area to play around, and I like that they're still adding pressure throughout all this, but they don't want to get too overzealous because things could change really fast. And Prodigy Aces actually creates an opening throughout all of this. Joey Blackout's connecting with a handful of PK shots, but the thermite at the door is very well placed, so they're gonna have to reset until that one goes away. So you can see the little cat and mouse game and how important getting this roof is right now for Team Cheez.
Another scan out. So much value from these Bloodhound players right now, as it's just scans on scans on scans. 8 squads remaining here as round number 5 closes up, and we're gonna have 8 squads for this final slow circle. And whoever the team is onto the north, that's gonna be third impact, playing over by the Eggshell. They are loving what they're seeing. They know that these are going to be free kill points as the teams are flooding out of these buildings at roughly the same time as well. So they've set up a cross angle. They're setting up to try and pick up as many kill points as they can when they drop down.
Hope I don't get in trouble for this, but around the same time that I started commentating is around the same time the Bloodhound meta took an effect, because I just can't stand sitting in these buildings and just getting scanned over and over again. It just, for me, it never was fun, man. I'm sorry. I need opportunities to go around and make some plays. You're seeing a scan literally every 3 seconds right now. Bloodhound is just so strong. So please don't hate me for saying that, but it's true, man. Something needs to be done. It's just really not that entertaining, in my opinion. You get a wall hack for about 3 seconds. So maybe if we brought it down to 1 second, things would be a little bit more fair. As Team Razor, they take the roof over here. Things are going to close down. 7 full squads. Absolutely ridiculous. As the scans are coming through, everyone's going to find out exactly what's going on. There goes the defensive bombardment. And then there's the bubble coming through for Zeratrick. It almost looks like he was going for the beacon right there, but they know this zone is ending right now.
This is the slow circle, so he might actually get his bubble back up, but another defensive bombardment's been thrown down. They do have this corner to work off of as the zone slowly pushed them forward. Took a little bit of damage there, but it's nothing too crucial here. They won't be able to heal that one up. Is that another defensive bombardment going down as well? Oh my goodness! 3 in a row, and Team Razor somehow surviving throughout all this. Here's Team Intel on the outside, getting shot up though. You can see third impact have the angle on them. They have to drop below as the bubbles have been used as well. They have the fences to work off of for now as Team Razor do survive. 3, maybe 4 defensive bombardments going down on them. Team Intel try to take to the skies with this Valkyrie here. They're going to try their best to avoid a lot of this fighting, but this one might have come out a little bit early. Their hand was forced though. Their bubble coming out early on, and now what is their plan? It looks like third impact are going to be forced out of their cover as well. As you can see, as soon as they hit the ground, they lose out on 1, and they are the ones that are the most vulnerable here, ending up back in the same position that they were in basically beforehand. Team Intel picking up a few kills though. GS Bird getting finished off. Metro has gone down as Team Razor now dropping down. As you see the bubble being used by Zeratricky. That might just be a little bit of a baby, like, hey, the fight's over here, but no, instead it will ultimately drop, and now it's the final 2 squads. Team Razor survive the absolute onslaught of barrages and come out on top to take game number 3.
Everyone was so close right there. I wonder if they were still wearing their masks. I mean, you lift the COVID restrictions in some of these states, and the next thing you know, everyone's having a house party over towards Lava City. I mean, there was 7 full teams that were joining throughout all of that. And Razor, we saw the roof, we saw the play, the light post play, was phenomenal right there. I think that Zeratricky was expecting his dome to go on top of the actual light post, but he's like, no, all right, it's just a bait. Anyone want to go inside this dome? We'll take it right there. That's how Team Razor goes and plays things. They play aggressive, and then they actually really know how to play these end zones very well too. And that was such an insane zone. We've had really, really good zones so far to start our first 3 games off. The Geyser zone was really entertaining. And then Lava City with that many teams coexisting, that's a blast to watch.
Yeah, it's been a lot of southern zones, so maybe the north side will get a little bit more love. We'll find out, though. We're going to take a break for our halftime. When we get back, it'll be the second half of Pro Night after this.
Hey guys, it's Draconishu. I'm going to be taste testing some Cheez-Its, specifically Cheez-It Groove. This is the white cheddar version, so let's give it a try. These are kind of different. Let's try it out. That's nice. Kind of smoother than regular Cheez-Its, and I feel like the flavor's better, or more rich. Yeah, these are good. If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez-Its. Hey guys, it's Draconishu. I play Apex for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-Its Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Ooh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's your snacking. It's Jumbo snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Hey, what's up? It's Joey Blackout, and I am the flex player for Team Cheez-It. When it comes to Legends and comp, I've pretty much played everything. I played Pathfinder, Caustic, Bloodhound, Wraith, Gibby. I don't really have a preference. I kind of just fill whatever the team needs. I'm pretty confident on most characters. Just as long as I have my guns, I'm good.
Yet waiting until they're on the other side, surprisingly enough, but they're on the lurk, and he lines it up, damn.
Typically, my loadout varies character to character, but I really do prefer Wingman Peacekeeper, or Wingman Eva, or 301 Eva. I'm not really picky, but whatever fits the character, I'll use it.
Into that building, there are too many teams around for them to try to full commit onto that one. Team Cheez It though, they have made their way past, it looks like Team Applejacks into
we land at Lava City, which is in the far southeast corner of the map. So we like to play our game based off of the first circle. Like if it pulls to us, we will rotate fast and try and get into a good spot. But if it pulls away, we'll kind of stick towards the edge, try and find kills and work our way in. We're pretty fluid with how we like to play game to game, so it really just varies. If you guys are looking to get your own Cheez-Its, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up all your Cheez-It goodies. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week. Hey, what's up? It's Joey Blackout. I'm about to try some white cheddar Cheez-Its. Here we go. As you can see here, we have some crusting on the outside of the Cheez-It. It looks good. Here we go. No, that's good. It's very cheesy, crisp. I like it a lot. If you guys are looking to get your own Cheez-Its, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up all your Cheez-It goodies. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
What's up, guys? It's Rakinishu. I'm gonna be testing another Cheez-It product, specifically Cheez-It Hot and Spicy. I love some spice in my life, and I love Cheez-It, so let's give these a taste test. Yeah, that's good. It really changes up the flavor from just cheese. Add some little kick in there, a little zest. I really dig these. If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez-Its. Hey guys, it's Rakinishu. I play Apex for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-Its Week.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Joey Blackout from Team Cheez-It, and today I'm going to be trying the hot and spicy Cheez-Its. So this flavor, it's definitely more orange. You can see some seasoning on there, which I think will be good, but we will see. That's pretty good. I can't tell if that's like Tabasco or not, but the hot sauce is really good. I enjoyed that. If you guys are looking to get your own Cheez-Its, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up all your Cheez-It goodies. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
What's your favorite splash? It's very refreshing.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance, the episode, go for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Cheez It Week here at SeriesE. I'm your host, Yeso, and we are at halftime. 3 games in the books, and it was Team Razor coming out in one of the more chaotic final circles we have gotten here in SeriesE, but they're able to finish out on top and grab the win as they continue that quest to try and chase down Team Pop-Tarts in second place. Let's check out our post-game stats here after 3 games so far, and it is Team Razor leading the way. Zara Tricky has got the boys humming. They're looking strong. We'll have to see if they can finally take a pro night here. They've been close a few times. Were just beat out by Team Liquid a week ago, but we'll see if they can do it here tonight. Meanwhile, it's Navi as pardon me. There we go. We got Kohia with 11 kills so far, kill leader through our first 3 games, and then mixing it up even more. Balanji leading in damage, just south of 4,000 damage through our first 3 games. So great start from all of these squads. We've definitely got more action coming. 3 more games today, but the nice thing is I have a guest with me here on halftime. Prodigy Aces from Team Cheez It is ready to join me to sit down for an interview here before we get into our final 3 games. So let's head over to the GVO zone, see what's going on. All right, I got Prodigy Aces here. 3 games in the books today, 3 more to go. How are we feeling right now, my friend?
We're feeling good. First game wasn't too hot, but second and third we got a good spot in zone. We just got to figure out when we have a good spot in zone how to get kills and still get good placement.
Now you guys started off your sponsor week with, in fact, a win. Last night you started a first game, grabbing the dub. It's certainly a good way to build momentum with only 3 games left in your sponsored week. Anything you're specifically looking for in this 4th game to try and get that momentum rolling and try and catch those boys at the top of the standings here?
Yeah, just being more aggressive, trying to get more kills. So that's definitely what we're gonna be trying to do.
Now, you guys came into this week in a really tight contest. I highlighted it at the top of the show. Team Pringles looks set to win this season. Team Pop-Tarts and Razor in a bit of a contest for second place, but it's a battle between you guys and Team Applejacks for 4th to grab that final spot to auto-qualify for Season 3. You were ahead by 2 points coming into this week, back by 9 to start tonight, so it's a really close contest. Is there anything maybe you're concerned about, or do you feel like you guys have it kind of locked down here with just 15 games remaining in your season?
I think we'll be fine. We just got to be consistent. As long as we just be consistent, we should be fine.
Now, one thing I really enjoyed hearing, because I was lucky enough, I get to watch all the behind-the-scenes content, so shout out to all of our production staff. In speaking with you guys over the weekend, prepping all this content for this week, you guys have one of the more different approaches to a lot of teams, right? You don't necessarily have a set IGL for every, for every week. You guys kind of mix up the calling, mix up the fragging, you mix up your compositions a lot. Do you feel like that's a strength for you guys, that you come in and are really flexible on any given day?
Yeah, I believe so. Because anybody could just take over. Like, I call most of the time, but Joey and Rat could call me off a lot of the times, and they can be right. So you just gotta trust your teammates.
Well, you guys have certainly shown a lot of trust, and it seems like that has been a good recipe for success for you guys. What is, your favorite part about playing with this squad? You, Joey, and Rak and Nisha. It seems like you guys have a good time.
Just our chemistry. We get along. Sometimes few bump in the roads, but we figure it out quick, squash it, and just get back to gaming.
All right. Well, it's certainly been a joy watching you guys. Thank you so much for joining me, Prodigy. Best of luck. 3 more games tonight, 12 more to go next week before we close out season 2. We're all looking forward to seeing you guys perform. So thanks so much for joining me, my man.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that was Prodigy Aces. Shout out to him for joining me here on Halftime. Keep an eye on Team Cheez-It as the day continues. We've got 3 more games to go to close out Cheez-It Week. We'll be back with those right after this break.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Yo, last 2 teams? Yeah, last 2 teams are fighting. We should third that. Yeah, go. I'm wrapping to the left. Okay, they're trading hard. Just, yeah. Okay, nice. I got the other one. One more. Let's go, baby. If you guys are looking to get your own Cheez-Its, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up all your Cheez-It goodies. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-It Week.
That was a great check-in with Team Cheez-It there during our halftime show. And so a lot on the line here as we head into the second half of the day. We got 3 more games left on World's Edge, but let's go ahead and set the stakes. We've had 3 separate winners, 3 separate zones. It's been a great day so far. But who stands on top right now as we're getting ready for game number 4? Checking in with the Mobile One leaderboard in just a moment, but it was beautiful to see. I mean, we saw at the end there in game number 3, Team Razor able to stick it out throughout all of the defensive bombardments that were coming down on them, Tom.
Yeah, no doubt about it, too. And I mean, every game has been important for Razor in this season. It's important for everybody, right? But yes, last week, when you just think back when they were in 5th place, it's crazy because they were the #1 team in season 1. And now we're really starting to see with Serial coming through. And hey, Muffins was a great addition, right? He was fantastic. They set even SeriesE records. But something about Serial's play individually has been letting the rest of the players kind of play a little bit more freely. And I think that he's really inspiring them after yesterday's clip. I mean, not very often do you pull off a 2-versus-1 like that against a team like 2 Brains, 1 Controller. And he was able to do so. And now they're in 3rd place. I don't know if they're going to be able to retake 1st place overall, but let's take a look at that leaderboard, that Mobile One high performance leaderboard that you were talking about, Jamerson, and find out where they're at. And they are in 1st place.
Yeah, Team Razor now with a slight edge over Na'Vi. 1 point above them, 35 to the 34. But Third Impact have been having some consistent games throughout the day, leaving them in 3rd place. Team Pop-Tarts, though, it looks like they were able to get, about 4 points in this last game, bumping them up. But they are now tied with 2 Brains, 1 Control. They're in the 4th place position. One squad that started off really strong, though, but has dropped down on the leaderboard. It's Cloud9. But now we also have to take a look at the standings overall throughout our entire season of Series E here in Season 2 and take a look. That lead now closing between Team Applejacks and Team Cheez-It.
It's going to be so interesting to see how this one plays out. I mean, game by game, minute by minute, realistically. And they both went out fairly early in the previous game, if I'm not mistaken. So we're in an interesting spot right now. And, no one's really going to be able to catch up to Pringles and Pop-Tarts. And it's been a really impressive performance on the pro days. We have to, even when we're watching Applejacks and Cheez-It, we have to give props to the #1 team right now in Season 2, Team Pringles, because on the pro day, again, they're looking like a team that can win an ALGS tournament.
definitely at this point. We're seeing so many strong teams come up and rise to the challenge of what's going on here in Series E. And, you know, huge shout out to all of our partners and Esports Arena for putting this all together, allowing more opportunities within competitive Apex Legends. And take a look at that. I mean, we're dealing with housing problems in the real world, and so are they in Apex Legends. As right now, this is the moment that we saw them Team Cheez It drop down early on, and they're like, okay, we see that play, and we're going to try and make the same play. And I didn't actually get to see that part or missed it, but they evict them from the lamppost. I mean, real estate is expensive here in World's Edge.
Yeah, where's the Valkyries flying around in the circles and going all the way to the top of the map as we're getting in ready for game number 4 here. Thanks for sticking with us as we'll find out who is going to take the number 1 and 2 spot. That's where the prizes are, but also who are going to be the top 4 teams going into next week to see who's going to make it into Season 3. We do have some nice armors. I mean, basically immediately coming in for Hakulo, and if that was me, I'd be stoked.
Yeah, it looks like we are fairly well into the game right now with a minute left before the zone starts closing, and they're making a move for this beacon. Hakulo should be waiting for Zeratriki to join up for them to be able to pick that one up, but there's a team that's relatively close. You saw going over towards that train platform. So if they use this bubble, it could be a little bit scary. We'll see if that team decides to get aggressive on them.
And they're also going to give us some great information, and they're in the next zone. So they are going to be big chilling and loving the situation that they're going to be in. If we could pull up the map, we'll find out exactly what this circle is going to be. And, big time going on over towards Survey. So third impact, they're going to be posted up. I'm most curious, actually, how, in terms of 2 teams, I want to see how they play this one. We obviously have C9, a little bit of a scuffle, but I want to see how TSM and Razor play this one. More specifically, is Team Pringles in a fight, and wow, Fury taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, it was either a third party or it was just a really beautiful off angle being set up, narrowly missing each other there as Fury does reconnect with a squad. The bubble has been used as well, but now that means they don't have it for this defense as that team is posturing up to push up. They're trying to back away with the nades as well to slow them down. It looks like it might be successful. Fury still needs to heal up, and he's got that med kit popping now. The scan with the Beast of the Hunt does its job as well, but it's about to run out and he'll have one final scan. Now they're stuck behind cover, but the nades are there. It's Renegades coming in, getting involved in an early game fight as Fury tries to get out of dodge once again. This is looking very similar to game number 1.
Yeah, he had a death slide right there, which is super unfortunate because in these circumstances, if you're getting chased by another Octane, a death slide like that could be exactly that. That's why they call it a death slide. So Fury is actually hitting some cells while sliding down the hill, which is typically what you want to do in these type of situations, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get back into the geyser and go for this banner. This would be an absolute psycho play. The fortunate thing is it's still fairly early in the game, and teams are less likely to camp you this early into the game because you really don't have that many resources, and these pro players are so fast at looting that you could probably expect them to only take about 10 to 15 seconds, and they're going to be done with those boxes. As Team Applejacks is pretty interested in their rotation on this high ground over towards Epicenter, which we do see a lot of action, a lot of fighting from east to west, but at this point it's weird because you don't see any hostiles directly in front. We get a chance to see the player outlines and see where these players are behind the rock, but Applejacks is probably like, what happened? These players are going to be aggressive on us and they're going to back off. That's just kind of causing a ripple effect and potential third parties over here. So Applejacks needs to be careful, and that's exactly what's happening. It's going to be Senpai long range from downtown with the charge rifle.
Yeah, one charge rifle for another here, as they should be able to recover him, as they are sticking that res for now. The distances are quite long, but it looks like someone is advancing onto Dupe right now, and he's going to have to leave Aves. Yeah, there is the thirst onto him so early on here, and we're seeing so many teams in the area as well, so the chances of recovery there quite low. They don't have the Wraith, they don't have the portals to try and use that mobility to get him back into it, and so Team Applejacks are probably going to have to play this one as a duo for now. Team Lonely Fans in a fight over here at Frag West, though, as Blueberry Smalls bleeding out now. They are down to a duo up against Rice Krispies as they push on up. They've got the knock on to 00 negative, and there's the instant thirst as well. And so Team Lonely Fans have not been having a great night so far, getting taken out early on in those 50-50s over by Harvester. It looks like they try to change things up, but here's Team Cheez coming in for the third party. You have to remember that Rice Krispies did not take that much damage at all. Defensive bombardment going down to clear off the roof, and here comes the push out from Team Cheez, even committing the bubble for that, but they do not catch out anyone here. Now they're clearing it floor from floor. They get the first knock. That's going to be tech to go down. Rice Krispie Treats down one man. As Team Cheez back off, they'll be able to heal up and then reapproach this fight in the 3v2.
I love the way that Cheez is playing this one. Prodigy Ace is going ham sandwich over here with the PK. And now everyone's going to reload their weapons. They're going to heal. They're going to try to get sound cues on the res if it's going to happen or not. And they're going to play the situation accordingly. So right now, there's no reason to get crazy with this one. Just take your time. Understand that this player is going to be down. You have a 2-on-3 huge advantage. Wait for that next scan. When that happens, one player is going to push in from behind. Two players go over towards the door side. And now they have the bubble down, and this should be easy to finish. So it's not only important that they finish it off in that style, because look at that third party that's coming. Those teams are waiting in the kill feed, obviously, trying to pounce on this team. And Prodigy Aces took a handful of damage there. So if any one of them just got a little bit too cocky throughout all of that, one player would have went down, and they would have been fighting another fight right now.
Yeah, Rakaniju poking his head out. No third party for you here. And that was just a beautiful entry. Like you said, Tom, they were just waiting to hear for that res. And if they hear that momentary vulnerability, they can just go ahead and push in. But I loved how they did it. Two people pushing the stairs, pulling their attention away, and then you saw that flank coming out. It was such a beautiful play coming out from Team Cheez here. Maybe this is their half, really, to come back alive during Pro Night.
It could be. And I mean, they saw what happened in the kill feed with Applejacks going down, and that just gives them even more confidence to bump your head against the street sign, I guess. I didn't know that was even a thing right there. Is Rakanij's like, okay. I honestly never even noticed until he hit his head that there actually are numbers on the street. So that could be a new call. Hey, he's on 4th Street. He's going to 6th Street. He's going to 6th Street. Now we get some next level call outs here in Apex.
Yeah, Bolo out on a white SUV, last seen on 4th and Main. But here's Team Cheez reapproaching this. It looks like maybe a res was being called down over at Con. As we check in with the teams, we've got Razor, Third Impact, Na'Vi all in position over here. Applejack still playing this one out as a duo. So Survey Camp all taken up. It's all about real estate, all about owning land here. So they are going to be safe for this one. It's going to be a huge standoff for the most part. Already down to 18 squads, so things have slowed down a bit, but we know how quickly it can get volatile in these lobbies.
And that's what's key is, I'm not quite sure if Applejacks was able to survive, but we knew this was pulling Survey, and they were over the... Oh, nice shots right there from Serial. That's what I'm talking about. Serial just does these individual plays where you know he's been grinding from bronze to, you know, masters on some 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th account, and he just does these crazy plays like this where he just shows the amount of work that he's been putting in, and he's been waiting for a team for so long. And not only that, to be able to in-game lead on this stuff while he's pulling off individual plays like that is just phenomenal. So props to Serial for not only the plays that he was making yesterday, but just all the plays he's been making since he's joined Team Razor, really putting in some serious work.
Yeah, they tried to go in for the third party on Third Impact there. You saw the instant 180 turn around. Nope. Let's go back to our original spot. But all the effort coming out from them. They are trying to stay proactive here. Of course, these kill points in the early and mid game are very important. We're seeing, we saw, I believe, Team Pop-Tarts. They had, what, 15 kills in game number 1. They ended up in 3rd place, got 7 KP, but they were 22 points overall and the leaders after the first game. And so it's super important to be able to find these timings. Right now is not it. You can see now, better look at the ring and who we have around, as Team Intel might find themselves in a small engagement over at Skyhook. Liquid looking to hold out teams over at the tunnel. And we have Cloud9 that are trying to gatekeep the western side of the map currently.
I love TSM's having fun with this one, trying out new comps. We have Snipe down on Valkyrie over here. It's like, was that the ring pulling over here? No, that's Reps in his black market with the Loba ult over here. So it's not pulling over towards Epicenter, more so going to be over towards Survey. That's why you saw all the teams posturing over there. Team Intel, they're stuck right now. They are ready to fight this fight. The bubble has been used. Good shots coming in from Panthers with the R9. Does have the EVA 8, but that thing without a bolt is pretty ugly to use. So 6 takes a handful of damage over towards the side. That's going to be Rocker gets answered right back with Metro. And you do have this player on shield. Damage does get the battery off, and Pander's is like, whoa, I am out of here. Nice map movement coming around, using the pillar, gives him the juke ski. And there's the finish as well coming in from Metro. What a job by Panders, kind of hitting the Madden strafe over there.
And here's the third party coming out from Cloud9 to punish Team Intel there. You can see still one bleeding out. Zach Mazer will get the knock on to Metro. They got the finish onto 6. Now they're looking for the last member here, but looks like Panders will bleed out to the ring. Team Intel are out, and again, time is running out. We have 14 games left to go in Season 2. On board with Blight for Team Lonely fans in the Tomcat Ratcam of game number 4.
Yeah, and he has a team coming up over towards the side. I'm not quite sure if... Yeah, that's the gun you want. But the problem is when you switch like that, you give a little bit of a sound cue. And I'm not quite sure if that team did hear him. So he's going to be safe right now as we just, look at this icicle over here. That looks fairly cold. I'm surprised he hasn't froze yet, as skinny as Octane is. But he's got metal legs, so he should be fine throughout all this. And that team did leave. So nice job by our rat over here on Lonely Fans. That's going to be Blight. As we switch on over to Rockstar. Rockstar is locking down another pretty popular spot that you see teams use, and having the charge rifle here is just going to be so annoying for everybody that's trying to rotate. Unless you have a charge rifle yourself, you're really not going to be able to stop Senpai, because he's got the 4-8 over here. He's got help from Pickett over towards the side. And this is an opportunity for looking, for teams that are in shambles or teams that are late on a rotation. This is what you're hoping for Team Rockstar. You're kind of trying to avoid a full 3-on-3 fight on this hill, but it looks like right now they already have a huge advantage. Pickett puts down way more damage than he took. Oh, Bambino answers with the longbow.
Yeah, longbow. Longbow. Don't get to see it often. Matt Pickett has gone down now. What does Rockstar do? That was their mobility. They have not been able to recover the banner. It's kind of just stuck out there with 30 seconds left to go. They're not going to really have an option to pick it up either. Barring any miracle here, Oi Senpai are trying to find a knock, but see Oi Senpai tries to get up for that high ground. He's still on that charge rifle. He's got the PK at the very least for the close range engagement, but yeah, it is completely lost there. And I don't know. Yeah, there we go. He does spot out this team pushing up just below them. Barely gets any damage off. Throws down the defensive bombardment. We'll see if they have a bubble here. The other side doesn't look like it because it's all mobility. They're taking to the skies. They got the knock. ASCII to go down. That's 303, losing out on one. Trinal. Beautiful coverage fire there, but they're still up top. They might be able to get the res. We'll see how much pressure they apply. Only one person can climb at a time, and it looks like they're going to try to get the knocks, 3 knocks with the thermite, but they just narrowly miss. They fall back to try and get a better angle on this one. This is their chance to capitalize off a mistake, off of this aggression. EMP even being utilized there, but 303 are still stuck. Defensive bombardment will force them back just a little bit, but he got flanked from the Wraith. ASCII coming in with that Spitfire will take out Oi Senpai, and Trinal will be taken out by Albralele of all people. I believe they were playing over by the train tunnels, and so that's surprising, but that's 1 kill point stolen away from 303.
Yeah, 303 could have played that a little bit more aggressive. Nice job by Alblali coming through with the cleanup. Back on board with Team Cheez. Nice shots coming in from Joey Blackout. That's going to be Mercy from the Charlotte Phoenix going down. Now they know they have the huge advantage. The rest of the players are going to start to push on this one. Knockdown shield being used. Rakinishu takes a handful of damage. Good shots there coming in from Joey Blackout. He does take about 100 damage, so he's going to back off. And it looks like TSM, is in the vicinity over here as Hal is going to hit a battery. And they're going to decide how they want to approach this situation. So Snipe Down not able to connect with that missile barrage, but still has nice control over this entire hill. And oh man, we got some campers down at the rock.
Oh, imagine if that was a Spitfire instead. He could have just laid into them completely. The Hemlock with the white mag, not enough to.
Or if he had his missile barrage.
Players there. He definitely tried though. But now they're in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like they are going to be able to heal up. And Team Cheez, just call it there. They went on an expedition to see if they can find anything up against TSM, but they instantly retreat now. The ring is pulling away, and we knew it was going over to survey camp. A lot of these teams stuck down here on the south side. It's going to be a huge scramble for this rotation. There's 35 seconds left to go. They need to try and find an opening now.
We've been really blessed with these zones today, honestly. They've been so entertaining to watch from, caster and fan standpoint, but from a player standpoint, these are what you hope for. You hope for just, I would call them normal zones, right? Like your zones that you can predict where it's fairly even for all of these teams, and that's why we saw 7 teams in the final zone for game number 3, I believe it was, and now we get a chance to see another really, really fair, in my opinion, zone where these teams have practiced this over and over again. So we really get a clinic on how to play this from all different points of views.
And here's Team Liquid taking that high ground. This is the position you were talking about, Tom, about how it can be so strong on the eastern side of Survey Camp to lock down. You have so many high ground options. And Team Liquid, they're so good on their team fire. They do spot a team coming in, and it's TSM with the redeploy. Snipe down has been punished, but they do have the dome down to try and go for that res. We'll see if they can pick up any more here. EMP out from flanker as they are not able to punish them quite yet. Flashpoint actually gets the knock onto Albralele, who is up on the high ground, but again, we'll see. No team should be able to punish this and push them here. And so we do have the res coming out from Nocturnal. TSM not out of hot water quite yet as they land right on top of third impact during this rotate now. And Hal's the one to go down. It's all up to Reps on the low, but who will get finished off? Looks like by Team Razor. So Team Razor biding their time here. Now they are safe for the time being with 1:15 left to go. Zone will be pulling away from them.
Yeah, this is that respawn beacon ending, and Razor was hoping that it was going to be the ending more on their side, and that's what all these teams do is you get into a position, you get into the best building, and you kind of just hope and pray that it's a 50-50 when it's going to pull on your side of Survey. This time you have to make a rotation, and this is typically where you would see the Wraith portals, but with the current meta right now and Wraith kind of being replaced by Octane on some of these teams, Serial's going to have to decide how he wants to approach this situation, right? You have Zeratricky with the bubble. You have C9 over here towards the side coexisting on top of your building, literally. So this is where, things get a little bit dicey over here for all of these teams. The teams that predicted on the opposite side of the hill, like Liquid, are going to love their situation because they're going to be some of the last to rotate while these teams that have been coexisting on this side of the map have to duke it out and push together.
Yeah, Zach does have his jump pad ready, but the worrying thing is, of course, they have Team Razor right below them. There's 14 seconds left. See, they're trying to ping out positions. Team Liquid setting up a beautiful crossfire here on the high ground, utilizing every high ground available to them as well. And now it's all about this rotate. Team Razor, Cloud9 on the western edge. Flashpoint also just in complete shambles. Take a look at their HP, Kupski. They've got no heals left as they make the move through. This is just free KP for people, but somehow they're able to move into safety. But how long will they be able to survive? You can see that Nocturnal has the angle. He's just waiting for the dome to go down. They'll be able to finish them off shortly. If Cloud9 doesn't have their say here, they come in for the move. They got the knock on to Finicky. And Team Liquid, I believe, also got one as well. Z Davis going down to Nocturnal there. Cloud9 find a nice safe spot, but they have to deal with the defensive bombardments. They'll wait that one out, and they'll just be able to walk in with the zone. We'll see if Team Liquid have a good angle on them. As you can see, Albralele is trying to spot it. He's got the Sentinel. We'll try to throw out those missiles as well. They do get some connects, and that actually gets him the red Evo shield.
Oh! I'm surprised none of these shots are connecting right now. Oh, there we go. Albralele is finally going to be able to get one in. The finish goes on to stay naughty. That's going to be C9 going out as Prodigy Aces was involved too. And Team Liquid, we were talking about the positioning that they would have. This is such a dominant spot to be, not only to pick up kill points, but also just for the very end game. You can see they own all of this backhand side. They have teams that are directly in front of them, and they're not really too worried because they have so many different head glitches that they could play. So while all these teams are going to be filtered in, I mean, we still have, what, 5 full teams in a rat throughout all this.
Yeah, this is just beautiful, slow, methodical, safe play coming out from Team Liquid, locking down this high ground early on. As you can see, the final ring will start closing in shortly. In 5 more seconds, Team Razor push up. They've lost out on Serial, though, and he gets thirsted by Paradise. So now down to a 2v2 as Third Impact actually get finished off. Zeratricky and Hakulo will able to finish off the job here, but now they are down to a duo. So we only have 3 full squads remaining left in this lobby here, and still that rat surviving somewhere. Good scan out from Hakulo as Team Liquid are now getting aggressive to try to pick up some more KP. These sentinel shots by Albert Laley have been spot on all game long. Prodigy Aces was the rat. He gets finished off. Team Cheez-It down in 5th place. Team Liquid, though, are forced off the high ground now, but they do have the roof to play at the very least as the ring continues to close in, Tom.
Really is just such a fun player to watch because he's always aggressive in your face, and he's always been playing characters that have that escape, like Pathfinder and now in Valkyrie. You saw his tweet that his kind of love for the game has been reignited, and it makes sense because it's just such a great addition to the game. Valkyrie's just so fun with the opportunities that you're presented. Look at Alb really popping off over here with the R9. He's going to take down Bowser. Has the R9 Sentinel combo. Flankers playing over towards the side with the Crypto, and it looks like Alb actually takes a ton of damage as Pal comes through with the EVA 8. The finish comes through, and the flush as well. So now in a, what, 2-on-2? What is this? You got 7 players left? I don't know if they're 2v2v3, so whoever has obviously the team of 3 is going to be loving what they see right now, but it's going to be up to Nocturnal on the high ground to be able to do some serious business. Razor comes through with the armor swaps. Here's that full squad that we were talking about. We don't know exactly who that is, actually. That's 303 surviving through all of this. So now 3-on-1 situation. 303 is going to make easy work of that one. They were just waiting, biding their time, waiting for the chaos to disappear, and they poke their head out and come out with some really nice, fantastic cleanups.
Yeah, great win for 303. We saw them get into this position early on and hold it down. And it was kind of like we went back a couple of seasons to when Apex Legends was a little bit more slow, when it was center zone priority there. And when you have a ring like that, you definitely have to prioritize positioning overall instead of fighting on the edges there, because eventually the kills will come your way in the late game. Great games all around there in game number 4. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 5 after this.
As a Trakanishu, I play Apex for Team Cheez-It. Let's go. Easy.
A little bit more fun. So just throwing that idea out there. If anyone wants to run with it, they can. But yeah, Trakanishu with the spray, ridiculous tracking right there. And again, this guy has unlimited ammo. It's absolutely ridiculous. As the bubble is going to go down, that Gibby was running at him like.
If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez-Its. I play Apex for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-Its Week.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 4 all set and done there, and 303 Esports coming out with the win. Great performance from them. Team Razor also making it in late. They're continuing to stack up some points. We'll have to see if they continue to sit on top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and T-Squared in just a little bit. But let's check out our post-game stats here for the 4th game of the day, and it is ASCII leading the way for 303 Esports. Great win from them. Their Academy team has also looked really strong over the past 2 pro nights. So 303 as an org got to be feeling great about what's going on over there. But Zach Mazer grabbing the kill lead for our 4th game of the day. 6 kills for him as C9 continues to look strong there, trying to challenge for the top of the leaderboard. So we'll have to see if they can chase down Team Razor in the final 2 games. Imperial Hal with the damage lead, over 2,100 damage in that one. And an interesting day from TSM. Not the dominant performance that we have been used to seeing from them this season, as it seems some of these squads have started to maybe figure out TSM. They're winning some fights and taking them out, but Hal still leading in damage. 2 more games to go today, so don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss any Series E action.
What's up, guys? It's Trakinishu. I usually play Bloodhound or Gibby. Usually varies, though. We like to experiment with a lot of different comps and a lot of different playstyles. I think that's one of the strong suits of our team, is that we have a lot of experience on a lot of different characters. So you might catch me on Bangalore, you might catch me on Gibby, who knows?
If they're starving out on some materials right now. Oh, what a perfectly placed grenade! What? The way that bounced and it didn't roll down? Okay, and this is the way that Team Cheez can do it. Thankfully, you have the Valkyrie to lift you up, but to dance around the bombardment, is it even gonna be enough? You don't want to give up this high ground, and you've lost both of your teammates. That's gonna be it, and despite the odds, Team
Honestly, I'm not too stringent on what I use. It's usually whatever I drop with. But if there's an R301 in combination with a shotgun, that's probably what I'll do. Eva R301 is like super strong right now. I really like that combination. The only gun I really try to avoid is probably the Scout. I just can't figure that thing out. I know it's super strong, but it's just not my type of gun.
Is any type of charge rifle or player with a Scout, somebody with a mid-range just start with it, they can. But yeah, recognition with the spray, ridiculous tracking right there. And again, this guy has unlimited ammo. It's absolutely.
When it comes to playstyle, Team Cheez is a little bit different. We like to take any opportunity that presents itself. We don't necessarily play end of zone. We don't necessarily play edge. Kind of let the game come to us, see what opportunities are out there, third parties, or strong positions to hold. If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez-Its. I play Apex for Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Cheez-Its Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had 303 Esports taking game number 4, and it's been such turbulent games all day long. Our leaderboard is getting shaken up after every single one, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard when we get the chance to check in, because I have no idea who's in the lead. Team Razor are still in the lead here in first place with 48 points. But a lot of teams now cropping up. We got Third Impact, Na'Vi, Renegades, Cloud9, our Rice Krispies all in the running here with 2 games left to go.
It's so fun watching how these games have been playing out. We've had classic circles, classic zones overall, and these teams are really bringing their A game. And it's kind of not that surprising that Team Razor is in first place, because we saw them in a pretty solid position in that previous game in game number 4, where they were locking down Survey. Problem is the rotation from there is absolutely brutal, mainly because of the position that Team Liquid was in and the amount of pressure that they were putting on overall. As we take a look at that overall leaderboard, and Team Cheez-It is overtaking that 4th spot by 1 point, Jamerson, just 1 point.
This is absolutely insane. And so with what? I think we have 14 games left in season 2
What if there's a
of
tie?
Series E.
What if we end on a tie,
I don't know
Jameson?
what the tiebreaker rules are. Our admins are going to be
fly
going
to
through
Esports
everything.
Arena. They fly to Esports Arena, duke it out, rock, paper, scissors style, or they just go and play a arena battle against each other. And so we set up some sort of crazy Apex Arena battle to see who advances.
True. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Arenas tiebreakers, that'd be awesome. But let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment here. It was 303 biding their time inside of that building. It was down to a 3v2v2, and Flinker and Nocturnal tried their best here, but again, the numbers disadvantage. What can you do when Razor pushes your solo on the bottom and then 303 push out because they know they've been keeping an eye on the kill feed the entire time.
That's the one small problem with Crypto is in these really, really crazy fights, he falls off just a little bit because you're torn between going into your drone or if you want to, you know, be involved in the fight, right? So when another team adds pressure onto you like that and things get really, really hectic, you don't have time to go in your drone and pull off the play that you want. That's why you see those drones being set over towards the side and they hit the, you know, they already have it preset so they don't have to even worry about that. But at the same time, you know, bloodhounds, et cetera, are going to show exactly where players are. So unless you're, you know, playing fairly safe and the aggression isn't on you, Crypto's great in that scenario. But it's just unfortunate that so many players were putting their focus over towards Team Liquid's side because they knew Team Liquid was just popping off in the kill feed and just doing so much damage from their side of the map.
And Liquid, they did secure a lot of kills throughout all of this. We saw them finding a lot of long-range third-party kills as well. With the high placement finish, this was a good game for them at the very least. With 2 games left to go, the middle of the pack, they're not too far off from Team Razor. They cannot rest on their laurels. You still have a lot of teams that are vying for that first and second place position. And so Team Razor needs to remain consistent with 2 games left to go. We're heading in to game number 5. We'll be joining on board with 303 shortly here. You can see this one started off on the eastern side. So great things for 303. They're dropping over at Geyser, so they'll be able to drop down real quickly and start moving.
Yeah, and you love to see their composition too. More cryptos being utilized, and it's a very strong legend if you're able to do it right. You get you get so many different utilities, right? You're getting the free eye in the sky. You're getting the free drive-by scans on the beacons. You can pick up your, and here we go. There's the drive-by scan. It's just, fake out. Fake out. You got to get a little bit closer there. There he goes. The drive-by scan. Look how far, 200 meters away to get that scan. So if you don't have your scan over towards the Geyser side, you just do that. Yeah, it slows your loot pathing down just a little bit, but that's just phenomenal utility. Then you know what you're able to do by grabbing the banners and being able to get your teammates back into the game. So I do think Crypto is one of the strongest legends, and we're still waiting to see more players kind of get used to having a Crypto on their team. Honestly, even after season, it's just such a complex character to play at this high of a level. You need someone willing to put in the time.
Yeah. But I see his passive, and I'm just like, my boy, Pathfinder. I mean, when is he going to get something special to be able to do as well? We have so many recon legends now that can hit the beacons, you know, that he really just doesn't have a passive himself. Joining on board with our lobby leaders, though, it is Team Razor right now, currently sitting in first place. I believe about a 5-point advantage over our second place team. And despite being in Skyhook, their loot definitely does not look like it. They're still sitting on White's. Hakulo is trying to hit the ultimate excels. I think either they're worried of a pending fight coming shortly here, as you can see how safe he's playing on this loot path.
Yeah, again, just unfortunate with the armors. For some reason, Razor hasn't been getting very good loot out of the Skyhook area. And they're dipping out at a good time. 140 on the clock is a very fast rotation and some Phoenix kits along the way. But it's like, what's the point? We're just trying to charge this thing up at any given point in time. So they're going to have to find some long-range shots. And I mean, an alternator EVA 8, we saw this right before. They were able to get out of this situation and maybe even win the game. So Razor's done some phenomenal things as we see some balloon rotations coming in from Na'Vi. And Na'Vi's been having a solid day overall. We saw what they were able to do over towards that Geyser zone, picking up a lot of kills. And they also picked up that scan for us. The ping's going down over towards the Dorito buildings. And I think they may even try to lock one of these down. It looks like that's what they're going for.
Yeah, quite possibly a staging ending here, but this one can pull any number of ways. Maybe over to the northwest thermal station choke. There are a lot of them, but playing right here in the center of the zone can definitely work out for them. They don't have the Valkyrie redeploy, so they need to try... wait, I don't remember if Na'Vi's playing it, but if they do have the Valkyrie, they will have the options, of course, to move around here. Rice Krispie Treats, though, they do not, and they're sitting on double white armors along with the blue for themselves here. And with the zone ending basically right on top of them, they didn't have options to try and go for some cursory loot, so this is all that they're stuck with.
This is such an important zone to get into that everyone's prioritizing a fast rotation. The 3X is going to be fairly strong here for Bird. Kind of a waste of ammo at that point until those players start to land, and also you don't want to get ripped over towards the side, so Bird's paying attention. And Hey, you're talking about when's Pathfinder going to get some love?
Hey.
Here we go. TSM busting it out. The old composition. I don't even know if Snipedown knows how to use the grapple.
I am all here for it, though. At this point, we'll see. I don't know how it's like playing Pathfinder on controller. I feel like it has to be difficult, right? I mean,
it's good if you have
sometimes-
buttons in the back.
Okay, it's just like sometimes you need to change the trajectory, like if you want to, you know, keep an eye on where you're sliding and such. But yeah, all props to anyone who can do that on controller. But TSM, they're looking great in terms of loot. They've
My
got
money's
the
on
purple
TSM.
armor, they've got the blues. Yeah, it's bringing back El Clasico with the Watson Pathfinder here, and so I love to see it.
This may be when Hal falls back in love with Wraith over here and switches off Octane. You never really know because he's always been the best Wraith here in North America. So to see him back on Wraith is pretty exciting, and to see Reps back on over here too, rocking the Watson, always one of the strongest Watsons that we had. So many tournaments won with this classic composition. As we hop on board with former teammate over here, Albrelli, to see what Team Liquid's up to. They're getting a little EMP action coming in from Flanker. He takes a little bit of damage himself, but the bubble thrower is down, and it looks like Team Razor is the team that was doing to it. And again, with absolutely nothing, Team Razor comes through and finds Team Liquid.
Yeah, from whites to now purple and blues here. Already got the first knock as well. They haven't secured the thirst quite yet, though, and looks like Serial is on the lookout for it. He hears him crawling along, will be able to take out Nocturnal here. So Team Liquid now playing this one as a duo currently. We'll see how long Team Razor stick around, though, if they stick around for this banner, and Serial will be able to pick up that gold armor for that. Team Razor, they're playing on the edge, and you have to imagine that they might have consigned themselves to this. They're okay with playing on the edge here, especially because they've already picked up some KP.
Really tough situation to be in right now because it looks like Team Razor is going to stack this and go for even more loot into the box, more resources. And remember, they were in shambles, so this is kind of what you do when you're, you know, kind of, are we camping the banners? No, we're just taking our time looting over here for Team Razor. But yeah, they are camping the banners. I mean, Team Liquid's just too good of a team. And not only that, when you camp the banners, you're not more or less just saying, we don't want this player back into the game. You kind of are at the same time. It's more that you want the kills, right? You want the kill opportunities. So they're going to leave that, and there's probably like 15 seconds on that banner right now. So if someone wanted to get crazy with it, they could go for it, and I'm not quite sure if Team Liquid was willing to do that. If anyone was going to do it, it probably would have been Albrelli himself. So nice job from Team Razor from being down to coming through and on the come up over here, and they're going to, like you said, play the edge and just look for kill opportunities.
Looks like they have another full squad ahead of them as well over here at Countdown now, heading for the blues, and they weren't able to get that many other armor checks, and so no pressure quite yet. Still sticking around this banner just in case Team Liquid try to double back for it. Like you said, Tom, I don't think that's going to happen, and there is the scan from Hakulo. That beacon has to have expired at this point. It might be moving shortly, and they have options there. They don't have to run into the team that's over on the other side of Countdown. They can move through Lava Fissure if they want to get into this next zone.
Yeah, and Team Razor's kind of just taking their time here. It's pretty funny how they play because they have so many different ways that they play this game, where you just saw them in the previous zone and survey get directly in the middle. But here they're going to say, okay, we're going to play around on the edge. And it's all depending on so many different situations, right? Where it's pulling, what your loot is, etc. But, you know, to be able to not just be a one-trick pony here and to have multifacets to your game, I think that's really, really impressive from Team Razor. So it also shows the variety in shot calling that they make, is they're not just a skirmish team. They excel in playing a lot of different ways, and that's what you need to do to win these tournaments, and they're showcasing that right now. So Team Pop-Tarts over here sitting in second place overall in our standings. Razor is actually in third place. Pop-Tarts has been, you know, keep it kind of quiet today. We saw some really great plays from Lucas a little bit earlier and when they were popping off early, but they've kind of quieted down since then.
Yeah, we'll see if they can step things up. And remember, they started off the day, game number 1, 22 points overall. They've about doubled that in the last 3 games. So not as much action as they would have loved to have seen. But speaking of action, we still have a lot of teams on the north side. Cloud9 are roaming around looking for these fights. Rockstar not too far away from them, but it's Team Razor looking to finish off the job. They spotted out Flanker, and it's all left to Albert Laley here, as Serial now chasing after him with the rest of the squad. And Team Liquid are going to be the first team knocked out of this game.
You can see how confident Serial is, just moving around, no worries, just running around like it's a pub, hitting the jump pads, sliding on top of the roof like it was perfectly timed, coming around, hitting his shots as he's sliding through, and now they're getting the beacon at the perfect time too. Just so happens, you know, that they wanted to chase down these players, they found these players, and not only that, they're getting a beacon to boot. So let's see what Snipetown's gonna be able to do with the armor swap coming through and the Pathfinder plays. Oh no, there's another team, and that's the Pathfinder that we know. Grapple out, yeah, use that Watson fence. Oh no, if that door didn't open so slow, we all know Snipetown was out of there.
A lot of fighting taking place over there at Harvester, but now it's going to be Cloud9 pushing up against this squad. Has gotten some decent damage off. Naughty's been cracked along with Noct, but they are able to take out Matt Pickett first. Always Senpai down. It's left to a 3v1 as Trinal gets cleaned up. Cloud9 will take this fight. A lot of action taking place as the third party's coming in. Now, Charlotte Phoenix trying to utilize this Watson ultimate to heal up safely, but the caustic is just too strong. Nestle picking that one up, and we haven't seen too much out of Nestle today. Glad to see them poking their head in for this fight.
Ronnie comes through with the stink bomb, picks up the kill lead as well, and now they're getting back into this one with a very unorthodox composition. And no one was anticipating that much fighting going on around this generator, and this generator is still going, so it doesn't even last that long. And that's how many fights just took place. The amount of death boxes that are over there are absolutely ridiculous. I think that's 3 or 4 full teams. So Nestle Splash is going to have so much loot coming out of here, and they're going to feel good about their situation. But that scares me that Ronnie is going to continue to play Caustic after that fight.
Success, right? When you find success on it, you continue to run it. Here's Pop-Tarts, though. Making their move on in. Going through Train Yard now, we had a lot of fighting to the north, and so if they heard that, they can try to play positions here to try and gatekeep teams that'll be moving on down, but it looks like they want to just clear out the vault tunnel here. There's some caustic barrels being thrown down. I have to imagine that could have been Flashpoint. I believe Flashpoint were running the caustic as well, if I remember correctly.
Were they still alive? I'm not quite sure, but that was a really sneaky caustic barrel. I don't think I've ever seen one right there. And Lucas is coming through and now playing a head glitch angle, trying to set up a ambush over here as Bowser gets dropped over towards 303 side, and you can see they're looking for some more blood. You do have this R301 that's fairly decked out. Shots aren't connecting, but they do back that player off. Give him a haircut, and the zone's closing in, so there could be more players around. 303 has to be careful. They can't just decide they want to push in. That's going to be Zach Mazer getting dropped. Bubble is going to go down. Lucas is going to start to push this one with Impulse and Stomps, and they are able to get the cleanup as well. That's just a 2-man C9 squad. Bubble goes down just in case. And really nice job by Team Pop-Tarts. They set up the ambush. They know the zone was closing towards that side, and they anticipated it.
Scans out as well. Threat of being pinched from either side now as the nades are a little bit long. Don't connect onto them. Pop-Tarts will be able to recover. Beast the Hunt still popping. Impulse will have the next scan thrown down, and that team has backed off, allowing Pop-Tarts now to just regain their focus onto the northern side, see if anyone else comes in. Another scan out from Impulse, and some around Pop-Tarts. They want to try to avoid that fight at the choke, but now they are getting stuck. The team above them here, as we do have confirmation, Flashpoint is still alive. They're able to take out Saucer here. Here's Pop-Tarts. Now, with that Wraith portal, they'll be able to get out of this position, and we see why, again, Wraith is still so strong.
I was just thinking that Lucas needs to portal his teammates out, and they do. As we hop on board with Flashpoint, and they've switched off the Caustic. There goes the EMP coming through, and the bubble stays up as well. Kubsky gonna Q on out as the bait and switch comes through. Z Davis takes out the drone, but Finicky was fairly weak as well, and the damage has been done. The third party possibly coming through too, as Tech's gonna come down. SerpG is gonna get the finish, and now Flashpoint is on the run, which we've unfortunately seen Flashpoint in shambles so many times. Remember in survey camp when they were crouching around with no loot.
No armors, no heals whatsoever. and they don't have the mobility, but it looks like another contender has come up to try and challenge possibly, as the defensive bombardment was used, but 2 brains, 1 controller. They have to keep an eye on their back as the third party is coming in. Use their bubble now, and so this is going to make it a bit more difficult to try and push up on them. And we'll see what they decide. Which side do they want to push? It looks like going uphill is going to be the option for them. But as Tech is caught in that animation, he gets tagged down to about 40 HP, dropping down to the low. Rocker will reconnect with his squad. It's a full 3-man above as Slurpee gets an MVP scan there. They'll just go ahead and dip out of here. We'll see if they have that redeploy to use from Valkyrie. I mean, that's the strength of it. If you get stuck in a spot, you know, you're able to get much further away than you can with the Wraith portal.
Yeah, I don't think that Tech's recognized that situation yet, where if the bubble goes down and you're pinched in between 2 teams, you could literally just Valkyrie all inside the bubble, and by the time you're taking off, yeah, you may get hit for a little bit, but I highly doubt anyone's going to one-clip you from that situation, and they still haven't utilized this quite yet, so it worries me that, you know, the technique just really isn't there right now. Round 3 is closing. This is a lot of damage that you're taking through, and, you know, the brains of the operation needs to be able to function in these type of situations. You got to be able to get your team out of these areas, and that's going to be the ring taking them down. So weird situation there where I thought that they were going to be using their utility, but they ended up just accepting the fate and pushed themselves basically into death.
Yeah, that's why you bring 2 brains along, but the pressure was just too much here as Team Razor still continuing to play the edge here. Like you said, Tom, being able to play both play styles, center zone and the edge, is super important, and Razor have found success with both, as they've got another full team. Those Team Pop-Tarts who just were not able to get out of that spot. We saw the Wraith portal being used earlier on, but Team Razor looked to catch them unawares, and a third-party attempt as well. So we are now down to 11 squads, 32 players left as Noct gets taken out. Team Razor were able to pick that one up, and I believe now Flashpoint got knocked out by Rice Krispie Treats along with Applejack. So 303 still playing the choke point here, as they do have the high ground, and it looks like with the next ring closing, they can play the train tracks for the next zone.
Train tracks are pretty viable, but 303 has been doing a great job of just rotating back and forth, and they're looking, not, you know, saying that this is guaranteed, but after seeing them play, you know, passive-aggressive style in the previous game, I think they have a great advantage here playing this high ground. I mean, it depends on where the zone's technically going to pull, but anytime you can get onto the train tracks right here, you're going to be in a pretty good position as long as you own the train tracks by yourself. You're going to have to do some work here and bully some players off to get to that point, and maybe even use your EMP, but there's just not enough time as the zone's closing in 5 seconds. So we'll see exactly how Paradise wants to play this one. ASCII and Bambino trying to cover as well, and you gotta have to gather information for the players that are going to be pushing up on the thing, because there it is, you have to cover this track, and the track is so valuable here for 303. So alt excels are going to be possibly used as well, and 303 is going to put themselves in a good position.
They're just maintaining control now. They do have a lot of cover to work off of, but here's Team Razor finally making their way into the zone. Stuck on the low ground of staging, and the bubble's already been used. They're still trying to recover here. Serial will pop one more cell. You can see the scans going down, as this is such a difficult spot to play out of. You're kind of left at the mercy of the rest of the lobby, hoping that the general presence of everyone else keeps other teams from poking their head down at you, but looks like they will find a moment of reprieve. We do have the zone just finished closing here as Hakulo caught going for the scan. Jazz is able to take him out, and here comes the wide swing out as they might actually punish that one. But Team Razor now, Zero Tricky falling, it's all up to Serial. He does clean up third impact. We'll see if he can get the res though. They are the kill leaders as well as Team Intel now. Getting aggressive here on the low. They've got a team on the ropes. It's Applejacks getting knocked out. Dupe and Rolders are out of this one. We'll see if Aves can keep them alive.
Nice
no, 6 with the wingman will take him out. We're now down to the top 6 squads, as it looks like they might have been able to recover on the other side and get the reses.
It's crazy when you watch Team Intel. It's like they're doing everything right. 6 is always playing a really good Gibraltar, but things just never really go their way, as Rice Krispie Treats is getting pushed as well over towards the side. This is going to be a good situation for them to get some kill points if they can finish it off, but will the third party come through with the double bubbles coming through? Should be able to get this res off. 27 seconds, more than enough time for that zone to close in, and just a spectator glitch there. They're going to be all right, and they're going to be able to hit some meds. So they own now this real estate on top. As Serial wasn't able to get his full team back in, Intel actually decides that they want to go and push this one, and 6 has some players cornered. There's the bubble, and there's some armor swaps directly in front of him if he wants to hit those. And while he goes to go and heal, his teammates actually go down, but this should be a fairly easy fight for him since they're weak, and he's able to do so. But will the rest of the players push on him now that they understand the situation? 2 players for Team Intel down, and 6 can't really go anywhere because they have the high ground on them.
And Navi looking down, not ready to commit quite yet, but it looks like Kuya was able to get the angle and take him out. We are now down to the top 3 squads. It's going to be a full 3v3v3. We know Navi's alive. Who are the other teams in the lobby here? Maybe 303. I didn't see if they were involved in a lot of the fighting there, but there was just a mad flurry of kills during that last rotation.
Could be Ronnie sighting over here. You do have the caustic barrel over towards the middle. I'm not quite sure if Nestle Splash was able to make it throughout all of this chaos, but good job by Team Intel picking up some kills, and that's the situation that we see Team Intel in a lot of times, where a lot of good decisions get made, but these teams have just really great priority positions on the high ground, or something happens where a third party comes through, and now we get a chance to get the overlook of where these teams are, and it is Ronnie on that caustic, fresh off of being the kill leader. Probably not the kill leader anymore because the game has unfolded a little bit faster than we were anticipating, and we'll see what the play is going to be here. We actually saw a very similar ending yesterday where teams were playing Valkyrie. They took to the high ground, flew up, and then came in super late and blocked the doors. That was actually 2 brains, 1 controller. And you're going to have Rice Krispie Treats over here towards the side. Team Razor yesterday was forced on the low ground, very similar to what they did in this game, and they fought their way out of it and came back around and got 2nd place, I believe. But this is a really interesting situation because this should end, I believe, where Ronnie and his team are on Nestle Splash.
You can see it's Rice Krispies on the other side. Those are the 3 teams involved: Nestle, Rice Krispies, and Navi. We'll see, though, as we had a pretty aggressive angle being set up by Tech. If he gets scanned, Navi can just full 3-man push out on top of him, get that kill. So this is a very tense situation as the slow ring does start closing in here. We do have a lot of cover for Nestle Splash, especially with the artificial cover from the caustic barrels that can be used. You can see Ronnie, he has utilized all of his barrels, but if he needs to, he can just go ahead and pick those up. Draco's got the first knock onto Ronnie. You can see the aggressive angle that I was talking about. Tech setting this one up. The port has gone down for Navi, but Draco's was able to get that thirst onto Ron. Here comes the push out from Tech to try and punish Navi here. It tries to go for the Q, but cancels. Might have been accidentally because of the wall climb there. Now he does make it back to the safety of the rest of the squad. The bubble's already been used, though, and so he's not going to have that cover to work with. They do have a lot of ground, as we don't have Obey in the company of Nestle pushing out quite yet. You have Rice Krispies coming now down to the low ground, and this could just be it. Nestle winning off of pure utility now.
Yeah, and Ronnie's going to be chucking these out. Finger roll over towards the truck. Needs to shoot the barrel, though, as soon as it hits the ground, and maybe even pick up that one that's directly in front of him. There's the Nox gas grenade. That's huge timing right there. You love to see it. They're going to push directly into this one. Absolute psychos once they get the advantage. Last team's going to be down towards the bottom, but I think Ronnie got ping-ponged out, and there's going to be a portal play over towards the top. What just happened? Are you kidding me? Was that Rice Krispies with some crazy plays? It was. They're going to take back over towards the top. They did not need to charge that, and they just pushed so hard out of nowhere. All of a sudden, Rice Krispie Treats takes the high ground. What happened right there?
We saw Snipe Down on Mirage doing some good bamboozling earlier on, but I think that one takes the cake. You saw Ronnie was just completely lost in the sauce, had no idea what happened. He thought he had the win dropping down, but yeah, beautiful play, Rice Krispie Treats. It was a little bit of a slower game for them. Of course, the zone ending there on staging, but they take their time. They're stuck there anyhow, and they do end up with the win. GG's to them. That was game number 5, though, and that means we have one final game left. We're going to take a break, and when we get back, it'll be the final game of Pro Night here for Cheez It Week after this.
Hey, what's up? It's Joey Blackout, and I am the flex player for Team Cheez It. When it comes to Legends and comp, I've pretty much played everything. I've played Pathfinder, Caustic, Bloodhound, Wraith, Gibby. I don't really have a preference. I kind of just fill whatever the team needs. I'm pretty confident on most characters. Just as long as I have my guns, I'm good.
Yet waiting until they're on the other side, surprisingly enough, but they're on the lurk, and he lines it up dead.
Typically, my loadout varies character to character, but I really do prefer Wingman Peacekeeper, or Wingman Eva, or 301 Eva. I'm not really picky, but whatever fits the character, I'll use it.
Into that building, there are too many teams around for them to try to full commit onto that one. Team Cheez It, though, they have made their way past, it looks like Team Applejacks into
we land at Lava City, which is in the far southeast corner of the map. So we like to play our game based off of the first circle. Like if it pulls to us, we will rotate fast and try and get into a good spot. But if it pulls away, we'll kind of stick towards the edge, try and find kills and work our way in. We're pretty fluid with how we like to play game to game, so it really just varies. If you guys are looking to get your own Cheez-Its, make sure you head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up all your Cheez-It goodies. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez It, and you're watching Cheez It Week.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue Cheez It Week here on SeriesE. I am your host, Yeso, and we're really getting down to the wire. Game 5 all done, just one more to go, and I know Luke Shimona Hebrew is out here in the office sweating right now. Razor got their first place stolen from them last night by Team Intel, and the question is, will it happen again tonight? You're going to have to stick around for Game 6 to find out, but let's check out our post-game stats here for our 5th game of the day. GS Bird and the RKT boys able to grab the win there in game number 5. And this is a team that has looked completely different since bringing in Tech Candy. That new third has transformed this roster. Looking forward to continuing to see them play in our finish for Season 2. Stunny does grab kill leader for that game, 5 kills for him. And we saw Navi in that final circle and over 2,800 damage there for Kohia. So Navi in that final circle weren't able to clutch it out. RKT comes out on top. Now we're going to check our Mobile 1 leaderboard and get ready for game number 6 when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
They're taking the height from us. We need to climb up here. Climb up. I'm gonna bubble. They heal up. They're about to fight. Get ready. Shoot them. I'm pushing. Pushing. 1 down. 200. 3. 100. They're all dead. Good job, guys. GG's. If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez-Its. Hey guys, it's Rakanishu. I play Apex for Team Cheez It, and you're watching Cheez-Its Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We are getting ready for the final game of the evening here during Pro Week for Cheez-It Week. Excuse me, Pro Night for Cheez-It Week. If we had a full week of pro games, that would be fantastic. But it's our final game here, and we have 1 week left after this as well. A lot on the line, so we've been checking in with the cumulative leaderboard as well. But before we do that, let's check in with tonight's leaderboard, the Mobile One leaderboard. After 5 games, we had teams just propelling themselves up the leaderboard the entire time, but it's Team Razor maintaining their position here in first place now with 60 points overall, growing this lead to 13 above Rice Krispies and then 14 to Third Impact.
Solid job by our 2 partner teams over towards the top, and it's, you know, unfortunate that Rice Krispie Treats started picking it up towards the tail end of this season, and we got to give props to Team Razor in first place. But I just want to touch base on how well recently in the last 2 or 3 weeks Rice Krispie Treats is really starting to put it together. And remember, this is a team that has won in the past, and they've been successful in the past. They just haven't, you know, been able to figure out their play style and how they wanted to approach the situation. And now everybody's really starting to, it seems like, turn the page and put their best foot forward. So it's been awesome to see. And then we have our 2 EU teams directly behind them. Third Impact and Na'Vi have been playing a pretty, you know, interesting style where they're taking fights depending on where the zone is, and they're also being caught in the middle of the zone as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5. This is when Nestle tried to make the push on out, and you can see that port right there. That's how they got in. Ronnie was keeping an eye on it, but after they take this fight up against Na'Vi, it's a clean one. Dracos gets taken out, and looks like Ronnie just committed to the low ground there. As soon as he did, that's when the port was taken. That's when they got flanked, and now Rice Krispies take this dub. Not too many kill points, but they got the job done.
They just got so excited on the Nestle Splash side. Really, all they had to do was absolutely nothing. They have to just toss down more barrels right here at the portal, first of all. And then the Nox Gas Grenade is way too early. This needs a big chill. You know, you don't have to go and charge throughout all of this, but that was an amazing, like, Houdini-like move coming in from Rice Krispie Treats. They're like, hey, we're going to drop low ground. Just kidding. We're going to leave this little portal here. And then all of a sudden, Nestle Splash looks at each other and we're like, I thought you were playing Wraith. They're like, dude, I thought you were playing Wraith.
All right, here we go. Heading into the final game of the evening. Now it's game number 6, and it all comes down to this. Team Razor currently in the lead, first place, leading by 13 points, and they have been nothing if not consistent all night long. We'll see if they can finish this one off strong and take the W here. Joining on board with the winners of game number 5, this is Rice Krispie Treats. Circle ended up here. They were able to just bide their time, so they didn't get too many kill points, but they got the plus 12, which is what really matters.
Exactly, and it just shows, you know, that they know how to play that zone. That wasn't an easy maneuver in that situation. That zone was tough. Everyone was playing extremely disciplined until the very end, where I think that Nestle Splash just got so excited because they realized that they didn't think that anyone was going to contest over towards that high ground. So just a simple mistake that I don't think they're ever going to make again. And, you know, Rice Krispie Treats, I've been probably most impressed with Bird's turnaround over here on Gibraltar. You know, they've switched legends back and forth, but also Stunny's shots. If you watch Stunny's tracking and just individual, you know, one-on-ones that he's taking, he very rarely loses his trades, and that's super important to have in a characteristic for your teammate.
Yeah, it's been great to see, of course, everyone's growth throughout this entire season. The 3-month-long season. Every week you're playing 12 matches. It can be a grueling process, but they've stuck it out, and they've been able to grow because of it. Here's Team Razor once again. Not having the greatest loot, but we've seen this story. They come back. They get the damage easily, and after the first fight, they'll have themselves purples and blues. We'll see if they can recreate that here. Team Razor, once we have to remember, again, leaders of the lobby right now, as it looks like we're going to have another northern zone. We've had a lot of great zones today. It went all across the map, and so this time it's the first repeat zone Looks like as Team Pringles are taking a fight down here by launch site, a lot of utility has been thrown out. The thermites will slow them down on this approach. They are slowly closing in on their targets. We'll find out who the squad is. It looks like it's only fans, Blueberry Smalls, to go down here. They just have not been able to find a home throughout all of our 6 games. They're just changing up the drop spots, and Team Pringles, they're the ones that are able to benefit off of it here in game number 6.
It's the most difficult thing about tournaments in general, and this is tough when any type of situation, a scrim, etc., where you can't find your landing spot, you're going to struggle no matter what, because the teams have their loot paths down, they're confident in their spot, and then you're just constantly looking for loot. As we do have 2 brains, 1 controller in a skirmish now, it's up to Slurpee G here with the flatline. Nice job bobbing and weaving over here with the strafe, and now he's going to elect to punch, but the gun just a little too strong for Kuya. Navi's going to survive.
That is so tragic. The auto lock of the melee going to the knocked person there. As you can see, Kuya was literally 1 punch away from going down. I respect it. It's just unfortunate how the game mechanics work out sometimes. Navi are the ones that end up winning this, and doesn't seem like a third party is coming in. Navi with the +3. We're now down to 18 squads as the first ring will start closing now.
Does he play controller? Was that a auto lock controller melee in that instance? That could have been the instance right there, or it could just been a miss because of the knockdown shield. But the knockdown shield just proving useful right there for Navi, and they're still in this one. As third impact, they're showcasing us what type of zone this could be, and they're trying to hold down Cloud9, who's making their push. There goes the bubble so everyone can heal, and we've seen this before. Once the pro teams get the advantage, they reset, they heal up, and they're going to get right back into this fight, because it's not just one fight. It's going to be a second and third team that push through here in these instances. And right now it's going to be Team Rockstar. I think it's like, all right, if Snipe Down is playing Mirage, I'm playing Mirage too.
Yeah, but they need to get out of there.
No,
Oh,
the jump pad
misses the platform, but he does get behind cover there, and that was so close. He survives, but just barely. Won't be able to bat up and slowly back away as yeah, Rockstar are holding down this tunnel for now. They have to be careful. They try to come in for the third party. We know the number of teams that come out of Skyhook as well. Team Razor being one of them, but they are fighting over here at Survey Camp instead, trying to make their way on in. Bubble has been used, but it's not for the entry now. They've got 1 separated here on the left-hand side, and it looks like Applejacks are knocked out. He even had a fill coming in, it seems, the last minute. Kimchi Lee, thank you for joining in, but your time here is done.
Yeah, because Team Razor is just non-stop action. They're looking for fights all over the place, and that's not too far from where C9 is over here grabbing that banner for Zach Mazer, trying to get their team back into the game. But it's going to be difficult. They're going to have to go so far from this area if they want to get the res, maybe even further than the back of Refinery, like Overlook status, because, or you could just do that too, kill everybody over here if you're knocked. I mean, that always works too, just 2v3 everybody, and he's like, who wants some? Well, I'm ready for more. You guys want some too? Why not? They don't have as good armors. Just keep going for it. C9 is not slowing down. They do not care. They're trying to get their boy Zach back into this game.
And if they win this, they have the res beacon right there along with all the loot. Holy hell! What was that, Cloud9? They have to back away, though, as the fourth party is coming in. They've got the armor swaps, and they might not be able to hold this position, but you know what? I am not going to bet against them at this point. Noct feels it as well. Here comes the EMP, and he is going to be slowed down, and never mind. Caster's Curse instantly comes in. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, Cloud9.
I don't think it's the Caster's Curse. I think that, you know, if anything's going to slow you down, it's going to be EMP, and it's going to be a team like Liquid who's taking this seriously. They're going to go in and make sure that they're doing everything that they can one by one to take over this spot, because this is the game-winning spot. But at a certain point, Zach is screaming at them, just keep going, just keep going. You guys got this. And Noct's going to be like, all right, I do got this. I'm going to even full send it into an EMP and take an angle that's completely off. So ridiculous plays there from C9, and I wanted to see him do it, but again, flanker, nice EMP. I think that's what it took to slow down Noct in that situation.
Yeah, and the thing for Cloud9 was, you know, they slowed down after game number 1. I believe they had 39 points overall heading into this game, putting them 21 points behind Team Razor. If they wanted the dub, they needed to fight every fight that came at them. They needed every single kill at this point. So I completely respect it. But yeah, Team Liquid now are able to move in. This is what we're talking about. coming in for the third party behind Rockstar, and they were able to just gain position here. This is the God spot. We know this ring. We've seen this pull so many times. It can go over here, but it is starting to look like it might still go over to survey camp.
Never know, but there's so many death boxes over here that Liquid's going to be completely fine with their situation, and scans are going to come through. Teams are going to push from the same exact position that they came from, but one player is going to have to watch over towards this northeast side. So you can't have all of the resources over here, but they're doing the right thing right now, taking the armors out of the boxes, putting them on the ground. And we do get a circle pull away from that area, so they are going to have to make their move, and pings are going down towards that side that one player is supposed to watch. Surprisingly, nobody really knows that zone is going to pull back towards there, so a lot of our players are actually fooled by this one.
Let's check out this way.
Yeah, we do have team intel over at Skyhook now. They've been making this rotation a few times. It does seem like 6 might be AFK, so Metro is just holding position, and that's all that's going on. So let's go ahead and swap around if we can. You can see they're not even making any noise, no scans whatsoever. They're trying to just remain low as possible as 303. We have a great spot here. This is the position we saw basically Team Liquid, excuse me, playing off of, and I believe this was also the same place where 303 ran some trouble when we had our last survey camp circle.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Well, Nestle Splash is one of the teams that are inside of the train tunnel here, and we're going to see how they recover after that kind of misplay in game number 5, and I would love to see Ronnie right here just laying down barrels in perfect spots, right? Just push that team away from you with barrels. You can continue to advance and just throw things down, but right now he's the one that's kind of trapped behind, so unless anyone helps in this type of instance, they are fairly spread out right now. So Nestle Splash is going to have to regroup, get Ronnie back on track over here, get him a little bit closer to the team, and let me in a much better situation, or they could go towards him. So looks like they're going to end up retreating back towards his area, and they're going to get into a little bit of a different spot. And no matter where they go, they're going to meet resistance because everybody is so fooled by where this zone is going to go. Right now, the only team that is in a perfect position would probably be Team Liquid. And a team that kind of stands out in this type of zone would have been TSM, but I'm not quite sure where they are as we take a look where Charlotte Phoenix is. There's TSM.
There they are. I think they're pinched. 303 on the north of TSM. You have Charlotte Phoenix on the south of TSM. They're trying to go in for the sandwich, but you can see they're getting slowed down a little bit. Asura has gone on over to Caustic himself, as there's another team over at Refinery currently, but no action quite yet, and maybe TSM were able to recover. No, Panders just gets that thirst onto Imperial Hell.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the rotation was, but they're a team. The reason I mentioned them is because they're so good at predicting this zone, and they're really good at playing that backhand side. Reps always has some sort of long-range weapon, keeping down support, and then Hal's even picking up kills along the way. So it's kind of surprising to me that they're not in a really great position right now. But it is, the last game, and people tend to play this one a little bit differently, as Team Razor's predicting more of a survey ending. So I'm kind of fooled by this zone too. I want to see where this one's going to end up. If it does end up back over towards that survey side, we are going to see very similar things to the previous game where Team Razor locked down the same exact building.
I believe Charlotte Phoenix might have had information. It looked like it was going, hugging towards the Refinery side. And so a lot of these teams are going to be evicted, but it's still round number 2, so we have a lot of time ahead of us here. A lot more gameplay, but we're already down to 12 squads, and TSM is the only damaged team currently missing out on Imperial Hal. I don't know if they were able to recover his banner, and it is Na'Vi that are holding northern side. This was the spot that Nestle were trying to push up on, and you can see the outlines a little bit in the distance there. And so Na'Vi still have to be worried. You can see Kuhia doing a good job keeping an eye on Skyhook as well, making sure no one's coming up that way.
Navi's been playing phenomenal today, and they've had some pretty crazy situations that they've got out of. One of the zones that stand out to me was the geyser zone that they had, and that's the zone where everybody took flight and played outside the zone. And we're going to have a high ground situation here where they're going to take the rope and go all the way to the top. And this is one of the longest that we have in terms of redeploys here in Apex. And they're going to be able to get some good sight over here. The problem is who's going to be able to land with Kuya? Is it going to be Nesh? Did they go up at the right time? And are they going to be able to put the bubble down if they actually need it? So I love this play coming in. This is a really, really heads-up play from Na'Vi. They're going to put their back towards the zone and take a priority position right behind this team.
It's going to be a free spot for them here, but they do have a team that is stuck inside the train carts for now. We'll see how much pressure Na'Vi can apply onto them. It's a Revenant on the other side of all things. Going in for the armor checks with that missile. Doesn't connect on anything there, but at least have confirmation that there's a Revenant on the other side. And so they'd much rather deal with that sooner than later. The Death Totem can be an absolute nuisance. Is that TSM?
It could be. I'm not quite sure who's playing that composition. We'll have to get confirmation on that, but I love this play from Na'Vi. It reminds me of a rotation that Team Liquid did, I think, last week when they had Valkyrie on an overlook circle. And the beautiful thing here for Na'Vi is they didn't even use any utility. They just took the rope right there. So if they need to do something absolutely crazy, they're in a great spot. But it's surprising that this team isn't locking this spot down. And to me, that could be TSM, because we know that Hal was taken out a little bit early. And that could be a position where they're trying to lock it down as just a duo because there's less area that they need to hold. So going back on board with Team Pringles, actually our #1 team overall. And they've been, and in terms of overall points, they've been, you know, not that quiet today. They've had a pretty solid performance, but this is the first time we've been able to see them in this game.
They have a team right above them now, almost caught out that Valkyrie, but you can see just the amount of presence from all these squads. There's a Caustic in front of them. Wondering if this might be Charlotte Phoenix that have to push down here to the low as they go for the repeaks. Phony's dropped down super low. They need to hit these bats. Presley is going to use that defensive bombardment, but there's so much cover, and it is. There's going to be 3 teams here, actually. It's Nestle coming out on top, cleaning up Charlotte Phoenix, but they still have to worry about Team Pringles. It's Bambino, the only one left alive as the nades come down. They themselves are forced out of this position as Team Intel come in for the 5th party, cleaning that one up. So Nestle Splash are out, and Team Intel are looking for the points. This is another team close on the bubble. They're about 80 points below, I believe, of our 5th place squad. They need to pick up as many kills as possible here, but now they're the ones on the receiving end as Metro is the only one left alive here. He goes in for the full commit, and he will fall to Team Pringles. Team Pringles throughout all that, though, they lose out on one. Bambino gets knocked by that charge rifle, but the bubble res is there to get him back on his feet, and we'll have a moment with some cover to try and get some heals off. We'll see how much pressure 303 apply. It looks like they're not going to push down for this. It's Team Liquid now making a push, leave on to Na'Vi as Ron gets the knock onto Albralele. Gold bag res, though, is out here as they go in for the scan. Will he be able to get the res up? They've got the knock onto Albralele and Flanker, and Team Liquid are knocked out. We're down to 7 squads remaining.
Surprising that Liquid decides that's when they want to leave their spot kind of a little bit late, and Na'Vi ends up taking this whole backhand side. I really feel like Liquid was holding that spot in the back to try to get more kill opportunities. They could have made this rotation a lot earlier, kind of even before Na'Vi, and owned a lot of this, and then they wouldn't have been trying to fly in that type of situation. But I do think that Na'Vi kind of caught a lot of people by surprise. Not a lot of players sniped down was going to actually get knocked right there by Kuya and finish. I don't think a lot of players are still used to, even when they're playing Valkyrie, the unexpected Valkyrie rotation into a priority spot that you were anticipating that you would have.
It looks like TSM are now down to just reps in the 7 squads spot. And so we'll see how long he can wrap this one out. I don't even know what reps is playing in this game, by the way, so it's hard to tell how hard he can wrap this one out. But Na'Vi are in the perfect position here. And it was a great move. You called it, Tom. Not utilizing too much of their cooldowns. They just use the redeploy, the balloon from inside the train tunnels here, and they have the absolute best spot. Here's Team Razor finally poking their head out from survey camp. They have a full squad beneath them. The bubble has been used, and Serial just jumps in like a madman. We'll see if the aggression pays off. He does go down, but it's traded as Renegade's now losing out fully. Now the res is instantly getting popped, but here's Team Pringles coming in for the 3rd party now. But is there any other resistance to be met? looks like quite possibly they do recover here as Na'Vi are holding off another team in their spot. RKT trying to push up onto them. Oni gets the knock onto Serial now. And it looks like this might just be it for Team Razor, but have they done enough? Have they survived long enough to secure this win? Team Pringles up against it now. As you can see, Tech coming in, getting the knock onto Fury with that arc star. But throughout all of that, he's losing out on his team members. 303 get that one. We're down to our final 3 squads. Reps has made it as the solo rat for TSM into the top 3.
I wonder what legend he was playing too throughout all of this rat phasing. But look at this, 303 is looking for their 2nd win today. And they've been looking fairly strong. This could be, if I'm not mistaken, it was 3rd impact in Na'Vi in 3rd and 4th place, but we're not even quite sure where 303 has been lying. So our EU team's really showing up today, and there goes Reps, ran it out over towards the corner. 303 is going to have so much loot to work with, and they're going to be going up against their, not rivals, but I guess they're Amiya friends over here in Na'Vi. It's going to be fun to watch because Nesh has this high ground rock right here to work with. And then 303's got this entire mountain to work with, but Reps is technically on Navi's side, so we'll see if he kind of plays spoiler to this fight.
Yeah, if he gets a knock, that just means 303 can push up for this win, or does he just bide his time? There we go, the utilities coming out. You have the defensive bombardment on top of Na'Vi, and here comes the full send out from 303 to finish off this game. Na'Vi back off expertly though, and there's another 7 seconds before the zone even starts closing. So there's time for the reset here between all the teams. It looks like a lot was used there, and they're keeping an eye over to the eastern side. That is where Reps is currently playing off of, and we do have final confirmation. He's on the Octane. Somehow still alive with that gold armor. He's been spotted out, but here we go. Ring closing in. It is ring number 5. This one's a faster one, and we'll see if he can walk in. So this is really tense. Jump pad out, and we'll see who picks up the kill point as well, I think, is the more surprising part. And he actually gets back into the safe spot. Oh no, Arc Star. He gets the sell off though. Maybe he survives. Another Arc Star down, and he actually lives. And oh my goodness, there's an opportunity here for him to come in for the 3rd party. He's gonna get the syringes off with the gold armor. This is crazy, Tom.
Yeah, he's kind of surprised he's alive too right now, but the problem is that they've kind of sent it on each other, and they're a little bit worried about the rat, but I think that Na'Vi is going to be disciplined enough to kind of wait this one out, and they're going to deal with the rat first. I mean, you never know. The thing is Reps has an opportunity right now, and that's all you could hope for, because no one really thought that he did, but he's making this thing extend a little bit longer than these teams were going to hope for, because there's full 3 squads, and they're like, what's going on here? How is Reps doing this?
You see a lot of the ultimates have been used. Both defensive bombardments are now on cooldown. Kuya has his redeploy, but this isn't that same kind of situation in the late game where you can really use that for the late game scramble. It's just a rat on the other side. They can deal with it really quickly if you go for that. And so now Na'Vi, a lot left with too many options. No Beast of the Hunt either. Ron Scan comes out, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and deal with Reps. We can see if he rats this one out into top 2, but it looks like they're on the hunt for him. He's trying his best, and it's Kuya that picks it up for Na'Vi. Here we go into the final 3v3 fight. Ron does take some damage. The bubbles have been used from either side. Neither of them will have it for about another 10-15 seconds here. Kuya will have his missiles to use at the very least if he needs to slow down 303. The HP advantage going in favor of Na'Vi right now as they are sitting on triple red Evos, but here comes the full heal out from either side. Again, a lot of posturing out. It looks like Na'Vi are slowly creeping up, and we have the flank coming out as well from Nesh. He's got some cover to work with. He's trying to find an angle on them, and now they're full pushing out onto him. You can see he narrowly dodges that Arc Stars there, forcing them out of position as Paradise does have the headshot. They lose out on 2, and Na'Vi are just one last kill from cleaning this one up. Paradise left in the 1v3, but it will be 303 to take the win.
And that could be enough for Na'Vi to potentially, take it overall based on the amount of points that they had. I think they were sitting in 3rd or 4th place. What a job by both of these teams towards the tail end, and including Reps. I mean, Reps read that out perfectly, and you think that you have a chance there, but that is the right play coming in for 303. They're going to turn their focus over there. They're going to take the rat down, and then all chaos kind of breaks loose, and then it slows down a little bit. Both those teams, all 3 of those teams executed that perfectly.
Yeah, let's take one final break while we tabulate the results. And when we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners of tonight's Pro Night here during Cheez It Week. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Trakinishu. I usually play Bloodhound or Gibby. Usually varies, though. We like to experiment with a lot of different comps and a lot of different play styles. I think that's one of the strong suits of our team, is that we have a lot of experience on a lot of different characters. So you might catch me on Bangalore, you might catch me on Gibby, who knows?
If they're starving out on some materials right now. Oh, what a perfectly placed grenade! What? The way that bounced and it didn't roll down? Okay, and this is the way that Team Cheez can do it. Thankfully, you have the Valkyrie to lift you up, but to dance around the bombardment, is it even gonna be enough? You don't want to give up this high ground, and you've lost both of your teammates. That's gonna be it, and despite the odds, Team
Honestly, I'm not too stringent on what I use. It's usually whatever I drop with. But if there's an R301 in combination with a shotgun, that's probably what I'll do. Eva R301 is like super strong right now. I really like that combination. The only gun I really try to avoid is probably the Scout. I just can't figure that thing out. I know it's super strong, but it's just not my type of gun.
Any type of charge rifle, any player with a Scout, somebody with a mid-range, just start with it, they can. But yeah, Rakinishu with the spray, ridiculous tracking right there. And again, this guy has unlimited ammo. It's absolutely.
When it comes to playstyle, Team Cheez is a little bit different. We like to take any opportunity that presents itself. We don't necessarily play end of zone. We don't necessarily play edge. Kind of let the game come to us, see what opportunities are out there, third parties, or strong positions to hold. If you guys are looking for a tasty snack while gaming, you can head over to walmart.com/esportsarena and pick up some Cheez-Its. I play Apex for Team Cheez It, and you're watching Cheez-Its Week.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. Yay, so here getting ready to close out Cheez It Week. Our sixth game is done. Navi coming out on top there, and it's definitely going to be a very interesting look at our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we head back to Jamerson and T-Squared in just a little bit. But let's check out our post-game stats here for our final game of the day. Obviously, Navi leading the way, and Koya has been crushing it today, has been showing up all over our post-game stats. Obviously, IGL for the Navi squad and over 2,600 damage in that game. But a little taste of Team Pringles here on our final stats check of the day. 5 kills there for Phony, one of those contenders for Mobile 1 High Performance Player of the Season, and near the top of those Slayer standings. So Phony, great performance there from Pringles as they close out Cheez It Week. Remember, we've only got one more week left of this season. It will be Pringles Week next week. So 2 more days of SeriesE competition here in Season 2. It's going to be a fun finish. You're not going to want to miss it. Before we head over and check out the leaderboard, though, with the boys, I've got Bowser from Renegades ready to join me. Let's head over to the GVO zone.
Yo, hello?
All right. Hey, Bowser. How are we doing, my man? Thanks for joining me here today.
Yeah, no, it's good to see you guys.
Pleasure to have you on the show. You guys obviously had recently gotten signed by Renegades. Can you just kind of tell me a little bit about the journey to joining the org and kind of what it's been like since joining on that big name?
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I started like with Sauce and Pow. They kind of were looking for a third player, and they hit me up, and they were like, hey, would you guys be interested? Would you be interested, Bowser, in trying out with us? And I was like, yeah, I mean, why not? And first day we played ranked together. We went crazy. We popped off, and we were like, okay, let's team. And when we started playing Winter Circuit together, we got some pretty good placements in every tournament, and it just kind of went from there. And then I got a Twitter DM from one of the managers over at Renegades after Winter Circuit playoffs, and they were like, hey, can you guys tell us a little bit about yourselves? And you know, and I responded to the tweet and I was like, yeah, you know, this is what I do. This is what my teammates do. You know, Sauce and Pal, they're really good teammates of mine. So, and it just kind of went from there. They were really interested in signing us, and you know, it was just good to go. We were good to go, and then we signed.
Was it a surprise for you guys when they reached out to you, or did you kind of feel like the way you guys were performing that, you know, it was just inevitable before an org came knocking on your door?
I think our performance in Winter Circuit was pretty strong. Like as far as like ALGS points go for Winter Circuit, like we were top 5, I think, or something like that. Like it was a really high, like just for the circuit, like our ALGS points were pretty high. So I think like off of our consistent performance, like just as a team for, you know, for the first like 3 or 4 months we were together, like I think it was definitely worthy of an org, and I'm very happy for Renegades noticing us and um, you know, giving us the offer. So
Well, it's definitely been fun to watch you guys since you've debuted on SeriesE. You guys now have a few weeks under your belt. What are your kind of general thoughts on SeriesE so far, kind of the format, the league, and what you've seen through just your first few competitions?
I mean, so far with E-Series, I personally enjoy it. Like I enjoy playing it. It's good practice for all of the pro teams, and it's nice sometimes to play. Even though like me personally, like I sometimes kind of don't like playing against the EU teams. Sometimes it's also nice to just get a chance to play with them once in a while. So, I mean, format wise, you know, you have the typical ALGS format, 6 games every week. So it's something to look forward to. And I know, like, I don't personally play in the opens, but I feel like the open tournaments are a pretty good way for new competitive teams to get their feet wet, basically.
Yeah, and that's certainly one of the main goals of SeriesE. Are there any kind of improvements or changes, maybe some new stuff you'd like to see?
I mean, off the top of my head, I would probably say like just having the regions separate. That's probably the only thing I can really think of right now for E series. Is just have making sure like maybe we have like an NA region or an EU region. Um, and that's just mostly for like the servers, you know. I have nothing against like the EU teams themselves. It's just like sometimes when you have EU ping players in the lobby, it can mess with the servers. But other than that, like I really can't. I'm pretty happy so far with E series as a whole. I mean, maybe less downtime between games, but that's really all I can think of.
Now, one of the big ticket changes that we saw coming into Season 9 was the addition of the arena mode. Is that something you've put any significant time into? Any thoughts you have on it since it's debuted?
So my opinion on the arena mode is I personally love it. I haven't really put as much time into it as I would like to personally. But I think that with the arena mode, like it's just nice. Like it's nice like to have just a 3v3 just death match, and you don't have to worry about other teams. You don't have to worry about zone that much. And it like I think it's nice. Like I wanna play in an arena tournament. Like that's how hyped I am for arena personally.
It's definitely been fun. I'm definitely looking forward to maybe some arena tournaments in the future. Maybe we'll see you and the Renegade boys in there. Bowser, thank you so much for joining me. It was a pleasure to have you today, and best of luck to you and the squad next week in SeriesE and in the future as well.
Okay, thank you, man. It was nice talking to you too as well, bro.
All right. That is Bowser from Renegades joining us here to close out Cheez It Week. It definitely was a fun day. Hope you guys enjoyed all the action. But now we can throw it over to Jamerson and T-Squared as we've got to check out how things shook out on our Mobile One leaderboard.
Yep, that's right. 6 games done and dusted, and all comes down to this. Let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard. That was a great check-in with Bowser from Renegades there. Again, it's been awesome to see all of the support that's been coming in to the Apex community. Now a lot of returning organizations as well, all leading up to the championships coming up very shortly here. Right now, our concern is, of course, about the result of tonight. We'll have the leaderboard up in just a moment here, and there we go. We have it, Na'Vi! They did it! Oh my goodness! Team Razor Didn't seem like we were able to put up too many points there in the final game, and it was just by 1 point Team Razor get eked out.
Yeah, Navi did it. I mean, that was a tough zone, and they played it really well, came through, and they've been playing phenomenal today. So they were able to finally slow down Team Razor, who no one thought it was going to be done. The way that they were shooting against Serial was popping off yesterday. The rest of the teammates followed right there, and Rice Krispie Treats had themselves a pretty solid day. But look at these EU teams coming through and showing up today. Big shout out to them. Third Impact, 303 even had themselves a very solid last game as well. Then you saw Bowser and Cloud9. Cloud9 had their moment as well, too. And towards the backhand side where Noct was killing things with Naughty as well, and Zach Mazer sitting there watching. But yeah, I mean, what I'm really stoked about is when Bowser gets his Renegades jersey and they're all playing in person, because that's when things are going to really set off. I mean, all these orgs, they always have the sickest stuff, Cloud9, et cetera, et cetera. And then we all have our SeriesE jerseys and our overall SeriesE leaderboard here. And it is Team Applejacks Jamerson squeaking it out by 2 points over Team Cheez-It.
Yeah, it's back at a fourth affair all night. But importantly as well, you have to talk about Team Intel. They are not out of the running. We have 12 games left to go in this season, and they have closed the gap just a bit. They were down by about 80 points, 70 points at the start of the day. It's now down to 50. So definitely feasible for them to catch up in the last 2 days and avoid relegation. So these are the 3 teams we're going to be keeping an eye on the next 2 days. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, our final one of the day. And this was just a great ending. I mean, well, we're taking a look actually at the C9 massacre here, where they were just taking on teams left and right, stood their ground. Rockstar come in for the third party, and they didn't know what hit them.
Yeah, the 3v2, I mean, they don't even go for the armor swaps on the ground. They thought they could take this fight, and all of a sudden it just gets turned right back around. We're like, just keep going, screw it. Then the EMP comes through, the Valkyrie missile barrage connects as well. Naughty has to heal. That's a blue armor swap. He needed something a little bit better, so he's going to go on over towards that purple. But things start to go downhill for Noct once he takes that EMP from Flanker. But just great one clips coming through here from Team C9. And again, it's been, one heck of a pro day here, but we got to make sure that we watch for next week too, because it's our last week, Jamerson, and there's 4 spots up for grabs. It looks like 3 of them are already locked down.
Yeah, congratulations to Navi for taking first place, and Team Razor getting second place overall tonight. And like you said, Tom, we have 1 week left here in SeriesE Season 2, and you're not going to want to miss it. A lot on the line, 3 teams on the bubble. Our next show is going to be on Tuesday. It'll be at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so make sure you set your clocks and your calendars for that. That's going to do it for us, though, so thank you from everyone here at Esports Arena, for all of our partners, and from Tom and myself, thank you all for watching, and I hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll see you guys next week.